Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Friendship Empire. I'm the Empress, and today we are discussing the remarkable life of Jocelyne Wildenstein, the socialite, tabloid fixture, and plastic surgery devotee. Let's pull up a few photos all at once of today's subject of discussion. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is the lady herself, a woman who we sadly lost last year at the end of 2024 on the very last day of the year, New Year's Eve day. This lovely lady left our presence, and as you can see, she was known for her ever-changing facial style, this being a very, very early photo of the lady. I believe this is from the late 70s. Oh, it might be early 80s, actually. But right around that time. And then this is, I think, 90s. And then this is a little bit closer to our, well, I would say present day, but obviously not present day, closer to last year. And Jocelyne, in short, was a Swiss lady. She married a very, very wealthy French man, Alec Wildenstein, who comes from he is also no longer with us, but he comes from a very famous art dealing family, and they have their own bit of notoriety outside of this lady who blessed their family tree. And we will get into that, not so much, a little bit of discussion of that today, but this is the first part of a series about the Wildenstein family. Obviously, Jocelyne being the most famous and having just left us. We are going to focus on her life in this episode and in the next episode, because there is so much material on Jocelyne alone that her life could not be adequately covered in one mere episode. This is going to be a not super long stream because there are so many parts to this story. And so the first, at least 2 episodes in this series, ongoing series, will be about Jocelyne and her life. And then we will move on and cover some of the other Wildensteins. We will cover her husband, her ex-husband, I mean, Alec Sr. We will look at his brother, Guy, their father, Danielle, and what some of the more recent Wildensteins and what they've been up to, their problems with art, and their problems with real estate. And they've been in and out of court with some other things, not just marital difficulties. And we will look at another Bride of Wildenstein, if you will, Jocelyne's former mother-in-law, the second wife of Danielle Wildenstein, who is also no longer with us. So, without further ado, let us take a look at... oh, hello, Movie of the Week is in the chat. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It is a bit much, the photographs. Oh, I understand your reference, Movie of the Week. But that's cruel, is it not? I understand, yes. Well, you know, we have to remember that Jocelyne Wildenstein was a human being like anyone else. Well, maybe not like anyone else, like herself. She was unique, has been described as iconic in many places. And, I think we should remember this is a woman who was a mother, she was a daughter, and she was a person with feelings. And, her thoughts and feelings took her to some strange places. And, we're going to follow her journey. How did we go from the lovely young woman on the left here to the lady that we see over here on the right? Although, can we please take a moment? I know the face is what you're looking at, but can we please appreciate the ice that she's got around her neck here? It's pretty. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Oh, it won't let me. Oh, barely. Okay, that's a pretty impressive necklace. This one looks nice too, but I have to say I like the rocks a little bit better than the mere metal, which appears to be some kind of animal motif, and that's what Jocelyne was going for. They called her the cat lady, the Catwoman, and less charitably, of course, the Bride of Wildenstein. But she had an obsession with big cats. It was something that she and her husband, ex-husband, Alec, both enjoyed wildlife. And you will see they had not a ranch, in Kenya, they had extensive property. Well, not hers, I suppose. They fought over it. They fought over who owned what, and we're going to get to that in a little bit. But anyway, and they kept animals as well. But we'll see a little bit more of that. And I kind of feel, I wonder, did Jocelyne, movie of the week in the chat, she does have some lovely jewelry. Yeah, she did, and she had to auction off some of her jewelry due to financial problems later in her life. Financial problems which are a bit hard to understand because, as we will see when we look at the very, very contentious divorce of Jocelyne and Alec Wildenstein Sr., she supposedly came away from that divorce a very, very, very wealthy woman indeed. And then years later, she would make headlines by having money troubles. And we're going to get into that not on this episode, probably in episode 2. If we manage our time well, it might even be on episode 3. Okay, movie of the week. I'm going back to your earlier comment. You say, admittedly, the middle pick is actually not so bad for a woman who had literally butchered her face. Well, I'm kind of surprised, but I had the same thought while I was preparing to do this stream. After looking and seeing so many photographs of Jocelyne, I have come to the conclusion that the middle photograph, while it is, it's a bit of a movement, a bit of a distance from where she had started. And we don't know that this photograph is her completely au naturel. I would not be surprised if she had had some kind of minor, something done. I think there were maybe some allegations that she had something at least done to her nose by the time this photograph was taken. I can't vouch for that one way or another. But when we do look at the middle photograph, keeping in mind that she allegedly began doing this kind of transformation, going in this direction, not just to look younger, but to look more like a cat, more like a feline, like the big cats that she loved so much. And as you can, sort of see what they did, the difference between her facial features, you can see her eyes have become more slanted. I don't know that I actually, now that I think of, cats, both small and large, I don't think of them as having very slanted eyes per se, but that was what she was going for. And you can see she kind of has more of an angle there, and you can see her nose seems to have, I guess, the opposite of what many people who, a lot of people who get rhinoplasties, nose jobs, get. She seems to have flattened the bridge of her nose, as opposed to here, I guess, to make it more like, well, of course, a cat face. Obviously there's a little bit more going on here, but you can kind of see it's a middle ground. And I think it's a little disturbing that I guess, extreme plastic surgery, cosmetic surgery has gone to the point now that we can look at her face here, which at the time was considered extremely, you know, disturbing, I suppose. I'm trying to be kind. You know, this was a human being. It was a bit shocking at the time, but where we have gone as a society with the acceptance and widespread use of cosmetic surgeries and transformations. I mean, obviously, Michael Jackson comes to mind. Jocelyne was a bit of a female Michael Jackson in that sense of her commitment to her aesthetics and her use of surgery to achieve that. But the people who really come to mind, and Jocelyne was, well, I guess she was originally Swiss, but lived in France. The people who come to mind when I think of Jocelyne, and I wonder if she was a bit of a trendsetter in this regard, are her fellow French people who are also no longer with us, R.I.P. Igor and Grichka, Bogdanov. I don't know if you out there in the audience are familiar with the Bogdanov twins, the Bogdanov brothers. They are worthy of their own stream, which so I don't have time to go into their backstory, although they are somewhat aristocratically descended, if I remember correctly. And one of them, I can't remember if it was Igor or Grichka, actually married a Bourbon Parma, a descendant of the royal house of Bourbon Parma. Yes, movie of the week in the chat says, oh, wow, that's what they used to look like. Yes, this is what they originally looked like before their, again, commitment to aesthetics and the use of cosmetic surgery to achieve whatever they were going for here. Yeah, they look like perfectly normal, reasonable looking individuals, and one wonders why they did that. But anyway, that's a story, another story for another time. And, I'm going to save those photos for later. So anyway, you can kind of see what I'm getting at. The Bogdanovs, the Jocelyne, there's a similarity, there's a sameness to their visages. And the Bogdanovs were not going for a cat look. I'm honestly not sure what they were going for here, but anyway, their choice, right? Their bodies, their choice. Well, anyway, so Jocelyne, let's move on to the obituaries. We're rolling in as the new year rolled over, and the first that I'm going to bring up is from the New York Times. And as I read this, I would like you, dear listener / viewer, to note that this is a very sanitized obituary. This is the art of the sanitized obituary. After we read this obituary, we will move on and look at an obituary from the Daily Mail, and you will see the difference in these two. But, excuse me, despite the fact that this is the New York Times and they are going to be, handling things with a lot more decorum than the tabloid press, they are dropping some little bits of knowledge, little crumbs here to sort of hint at the seedier picture behind the story of Jocelyne Wildenstein. So let's go on with the New York Times. Jocelyne Wildenstein. And yes, she was Swiss and she lived in France. So sometimes her name is pronounced Jocelyne, sometimes it's Jocelyne. I am going to go with Jocelyne because it's how most of the media reports tend to pronounce her name in the sort of English style. And yes, sometimes when her name is written, it has an E on the end. Sometimes it does not. It tends to be, and I think there's a comment in one of the articles from Jocelyne herself that French and Europeans tend to prefer putting the E on the end. Americans and I guess English speaking people tend not to, and also the pronunciation of the surname. In French I've heard it Wildenstein, but in English it tends to be Wildenstein. I've also heard it Wildenstein, but that doesn't really work with the Bride of Frankenstein, Bride of Wildenstein. So we're going with Jocelyne Wildenstein. Here we go. Jocelyne Wildenstein, socialite and tabloid Catwoman, dies at 79. Her lurid divorce from the wealthy scion of an art world dynasty earned headlines. Her elaborate plastic surgeries brought even more attention. And the photograph that accompanies this article, which you can see here, is dated 2002. And yes, in the caption it says, she insisted she had not had any work done on her eyes to make them look cat-like in her estimation. And I will go back to this photograph of Jocelyne before and Jocelyne, well, one of her afters, and you can decide for yourself. Is it just the angle of the photograph, how she's looking, or did she indeed have surgery on her eyes? Here, let me go back to the obit. Okay, and if you look, speaking of jewelry, movie of the week. Oh, movie of the week in the chat. Oh, wow, this is just going to be the gallery of regrettable photos, isn't it? No. It is not going to, well, okay, yes, it is a bit unavoidable, movie of the week, that the photographs that accompany the articles about Jocelyne are going to have photographs of Jocelyne, but that's inevitable. Anyway, if you take a look at the photograph, which I think you should be able to see, notice that the wildlife theme appears to be in her necklace. It looks like these are gold, not tipped, but gold encrusted shark's teeth with little diving shark or jumping sharks. I don't know. They actually look like a swordfish and a porpoise, or maybe a trout to me, but I'm assuming these are shark's teeth and little golden sharks around her neck. Anyway, let's read this. So this is dated 3 January 2025, just a few days after her death. Jocelyne Wildenstein, the Swiss-born socialite and former wife of Alec Wildenstein. Here, just for you, movie of the week, I'm going to move the article over so that I can have the lovely original before photo of Jocelyne. She can look on, read her own article as we read it too. Jocelyne Wildenstein, the Swiss-born socialite and former wife of Alec Wildenstein, the scion of an art world dynasty whose lavish lifestyle, bitter divorce, and exotic cosmetic surgeries brought her tabloid fame, died on Tuesday at her home in Paris. She was 79. The cause was a pulmonary embolism, said Lloyd Klein, her longtime partner. Oh, and just a little bit of a heads up, there will be a little bit of spicy talk. Obviously not going to get into too much spiciness, but let's just say there will be some discussion of the world's oldest profession. But we will keep the language clean and try to clean up the subject matter for YouTube standards and also for the general listening public. Continuing. Mr. Wildenstein was a member of one of the wealthiest families in the French art world, with a vast and mysterious collection of old masters, as well as galleries in New York and Tokyo. The only child of a clothier and a lawyer, she counted Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi arms dealer, among her jet-set friends. She was beautiful, athletic, and up for adventure, if you know what that means. She and Mr. Wildenstein met while hunting game in Africa, and we will hear more of their meet cute in just a little bit, but notice that they talk about Alec Wildenstein and his family. Then they go into Jocelyne and just mention Adnan Khashoggi and then move on. It seems a little random, a little bit of random name dropping. Well, if you're not familiar with Adnan Khashoggi, of course, they described him as a Saudi arms dealer, and indeed that is an accurate description, albeit limited. Mr. Khashoggi is no longer with us, but we don't have time to read this. He is worthy of at least a stream of his own, if not an entire series. And his name will come up, I'm sure, again and again as we continue with French Dip Empire. Not just this stream. I mean, he shows up. He's a man with many, many connections. What's that phrase? More connections than a switchboard. Yes, that would be Adnan Khashoggi. Don't have time to read this article, but I will just show you and read the headline of his obituary in the Independent, the UK Independent. Adnan Khashoggi, the you-know-what monger, whose arms deals funded a Playboy life of decadence and, quote, pleasure wives, unquote. Yes. And this is Adnan, the lady killer right there. Boy, he looks absolutely irresistible, doesn't he, ladies? Who could resist? The little man with the very, very big wallet. Well, apparently not Jocelyne, one of his friends. Keep that in mind, because this topic will come up again and again and again. Okay, back to the article. But in 1997, after 19 years of marriage and 2 children, Mr. Wildenstein wanted to see other people. Well, look out the window, Alec. You can see people all on the streets, and oh, you don't mean like that. Movie of the week in the chat. His name always comes up in seedy places. Adnan Khashoggi, yes, well, an arms dealer. I mean, it isn't the friendliest profession, I suppose, but we both know he was dealing in more than arms, and the headline of his obituary pretty much spelled it out. Excuse me. Movie of the week. That is some stunning restraint on her part. What do you mean? Restraint on what part? For what? Okay, I'm going to keep reading, and I will look for your response in a moment. But in 1997, after 19 years of marriage and 2 children, Mr. Wildenstein wanted to see other people, and they were living apart. He in their limestone townhouse in Manhattan, and she at their ranch in Kenya. And I will show you pictures of both in just a few minutes, yes. Okay, Ms. Wildenstein, escorted by 2 bodyguards, surprised her husband at the townhouse, where he was in bed with his 21-year-old girlfriend. And we are going to hear more about that story in pretty much every article that we're going to read about this couple, Jocelyne and Alec Wildenstein. And the identity of that woman, the girlfriend, has been disputed, and that might have to be a subject of its very own short stream. Movie of the week says, surprised she didn't go for Khashoggi. I think, well, it depends on what you mean by go for Khashoggi. I think it's more he was sort of the conduit, and that's not to say that well, perhaps she did go for Khashoggi first. You catch my drift? Movie of the week, you know. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Mr. Khashoggi was looking to keep, you know. Let me make a metaphor. If you owned a car dealership, let's say, you can probably have any car on your lot. The nicest, the fastest, the most expensive, whatever catches your eye. I'm sure you can test drive any car on the lot, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to sell them. You're trying to move them off the lot and get some happy person to drive away with that car, right? I think it's kind of like that. So, anyway, continuing with the article. Yes, when he was in bed with his 21-year-old girlfriend, he brandished a weapon. The kind of tool, as we say on the channel, that hurls things at high rates of speed at other people. The bodyguards called the police, and Mr. Wildenstein spent the night in jail. Their acrimonious divorce then played out histrionically in the tabloids, and we are going to read many of those articles, which breathlessly noted the couple's excesses, their monthly expenditures of $1 million. And of course, this is in 1990s money, not today's money. This would be a much higher number, although I'm not exactly sure what the, not exchange rate, but the conversion rate, I suppose, would be. Inflation, the rate of inflation. I don't know what that would be right now. The $350,000 Chanel dress she'd bought for a New Year's Eve party, her yearly phone bill of $60,000. Okay, but to be fair, I'm sure she was calling long distance all the time, and this was probably, well, let's see, the 1990s. I guess that was back in the days of phone plans, all those phone companies. Remember, if you're old enough to remember, MCI, Sprint, those unlimited phone long distance calling policies. Yeah, it was certainly the days before cell phones that had, you just call anyone anywhere and it really doesn't matter. And long before texting, of course. The $80,000 he reportedly paid a fashion photographer to create a portfolio for a young Russian model with whom he was having an affair. And we're going to get a lot more detail about that in an upcoming article. Their East 64th Street townhouse, home to 10 Bonnard paintings, a black leopard, a lynx, and a sand shark that lived in a wall-sized tank. Their 66,000-acre African ranch and game preserve, where 2 tigers lived in a bulletproof glass cave overlooking a pool. Well, that sounds fantastically Siegfried and Roy, but I don't know that tigers want to live in a glass cave. The his and hers plastic surgeries, eye lifts, apparently, and most notably her own metamorphosis from a delicate-featured young woman into an otherworldly being with cat-like eyes, at a cost estimated to be $2 million. Tabloids called her the Catwoman. The Bride of Wildenstein, read a headline in the New York Post. Again, the New York Post, my favorite tabloid, and they have the absolute best headlines. A British paper compared her to a space alien. Well, that's kind. Mr. Wildenstein complained in court that her continuing plastic surgery and hair transplants and tattooing were subjecting him to public ridicule. Now, looking at Jocelyne, it doesn't look like she was getting, say, body tattoos. I think they're talking about like makeup tattooing, how people get tattooed on eyeliner and tattooed on eyebrows and maybe lip liner, that sort of thing. I think that's what he's discussing, because I don't see any like arm sleeves or anything on, that kind of ink on Jocelyne. Okay, and he temporarily, Alec did, reduced her monthly allowance to $50,000 from $200,000. A judge ordered it restored with the stipulation that none of it be spent on surgery. Isn't it funny that a grown man, of a complete third party, the judge, can tell this woman how she can spend her money? I mean, I believe he was looking out for her own best interests, and if only there could have been a law that could have prevented poor Jocelyne from having more surgery. Well, not a law against her, perhaps a law against the doctors, but honestly, it shocks me. The things people, I swear the subtitle for this episode, and I guess the entire series, or maybe the entire French Dip Empire YouTube channel content, could be the things that people will do for money. And indeed, if I were a doctor, I could never take money to put a knife to this woman's face and do what they did to her. And it's shocking to me that there aren't any laws or ethical guidelines that prevent this sort of thing, when it's pretty obvious that there's some. I mean, you could say maybe this is aesthetically questionable, but definitely by the time we've gotten here, that's just damaging. And I wonder, to what extent does the surgeries that go on at about this stage, is it actually her going in and saying, oh, I want an improvement, I want a nip and tuck? Or is it, I guess, maintenance or trying to prevent, or I don't know what to say, that damage has been done, at this point. And I'm sure they have to do things to try to stop whatever. It's like that woman. Who's that woman? One of those Real Housewives. I think it's Brandy Glanville. A couple weeks ago, she was in the tabloids complaining about her face and weird things going on with her face, and asking for help from a celebrity plastic surgeon to fix her face. And apparently she's just had so much done to her face, the cosmetic surgeries, the fillers, injections, and that sort of thing, that it's just, you can't keep doing that. It's going to cause damage to the actual biological tissue. Tissue can die. Things can migrate. Weird things happen. It's not good. It's not good for you, and it's not a good look. But Movie of the Week in the chat says, the image on the right looks like she has massive uncontrolled inflammation. Well, exactly. But I don't know if that's not what she was going for. And when you think about it, when people go in and get injectable fillers injected into their face, isn't that what they're doing? They're kind of causing inflammation. If they're trying to pump it up, plump it up. Some of the injectables like Botox are meant to freeze the movement of the face. It paralyzes the nerves, if I'm not mistaken. Although voluntarily paralyzing your own healthy nerves for no actual real medical purpose sounds like the kind of thing that could cause, nerve damage if you keep, activating the nerves when they're not supposed to be activated, or inactivating them, I suppose, when they're not needed for any real purpose. Like I don't know what to say. These are medical procedures, but they're cosmetic, non-needed. They're elective, sure, but I don't know. It seems like we need a complete other term for whatever this is, whatever's going on here. But yes, I wonder, at what point do the medical interventions become management of the damage that's done, as opposed to actually creating something? You know what I'm saying? Movie of the Week. I think you understand what I'm saying. So, okay, by 1990, back to the article. By 1999, a divorce settlement had been reached. Ms. Wildenstein was widely reported to have been awarded $2.5 billion. Keep in mind, this is a woman who will end up having to auction off her property and will declare bankruptcy. $2.5 billion, even if she didn't get that, she got a lot. And again, $1999. The ranch in Africa, and $100 million in alimony for 13 years. And here she is in 1997 outside Manhattan Supreme Court. And hey, she kept the body tight, right? Although I don't know if she was born with I think she was doing some other surgeries, not just to the face. Well, actually, I know that because she talked about the family liposuction doctor in another article that we will get to. I don't know if we're going to get to that later today or on the next episode. But yes, we will look at the the Wildensteins had their own family liposuctionist. I mean, every family should, right? Okay, Movie of the Week in the chat says, at some point, yes, you have to be dealing with the damage you've done to the tissue, and I assume rejection issues because you have artificial elements buried in your flesh. And Movie of the Week says she looks like the Duquesa de Alba in that pic. Yes, in this pic, yes, you're right. The hair. La Duquesa had more of a sort of dandelion gone to seed hairstyle at one point. I know what you're speaking of, and in case anyone listening does not, let me move over here for a sec. I will pull up a picture of, and you know what? I'm making a note of this. We must do a Duquesa stream because she is just iconic herself. She is no longer with us, and her family is interesting in and of themselves. Yes, the one in front of the courthouse movie of the week. I gotcha. And I'm going to pull up a picture of our beloved Duquesa. One moment, please. She is, oh, goodness. Okay, let me pull back. Here we go. Okay, so that's Jocelyne on the left. I'll cover her up so as to prevent confusion. And then this was the very young, Duque Cayetana, the young Duquesa de Alba. And then, again, devotion to cosmetic procedures. And, of course, much age. Many years have passed between this, like, for example, this photograph on her first wedding day. And then this was her third wedding day. There you go. That's the dandelion hairstyle. Not a yellow dandelion, a white dandelion. You know, the gone to seed dandelion. There's the Duquesa look. She's happy, and you can't take that away from her. Okay? Movie of the week? Anyway. She was a Spanish aristocrat, as you can see. R.I.P. Cayetana, no longer with us, but forever in our hearts. Okay. We'll have to come back to La Duquesa on another stream. Whoa. Okay. Let me move these the window over and back to the article. Through it all and beyond, Ms. Wildenstein became an avatar of body dysmorphia, a cautionary tale of cosmetic excess, her name shorthand for a self-improvement project gone terribly awry. But she disavowed that pathology. She averred that her surgeries were maintenance, not renovation, and that her eyes were her own, and seemed to embrace her notoriety. Oh, definitely, absolutely. She loved the attention, loved the press. Clad in leather, stilettos, and often cat prints, she became a nightclub fixture, a star of the underground. In 1998, when she won the Nightlife Award from Life, an after-hours club on Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village, guests at the ceremony explained her appeal to the New York Times. "She's an enigma," said Patrick Fox, an art dealer. "She's like a lost Caravaggio that we didn't know existed before she was brought into the world." Well, if you're not familiar with Caravaggio, the painter, I would like to bring up some Caravaggio, but I can't because one of his most famous paintings has very violent imagery, and I wouldn't want that to come up. You can look it up yourself. Just imagine old school painting. Not quite. Maybe this one, but not so much these. Okay. "Those who were blind to her allure," another clubgoer said, "are the people who shop at the Gap." That's right. If you don't like Jocelyne's looks, you must shop at the Gap. For her part, which is an odd, anyone can shop at the Gap. I mean, Sharon Stone wore like a Gap shirt to an Oscars red carpet. Anyone can shop at the Gap. But that was the Gap before they had Jenna Lyons come in and turn it into, more higher type fashion than it used to be. Anyway. Or no, that was J. Crew, right? Jenna Lyons was J. Crew. She ruined J. Crew, not Gap. Oh, I don't know who ruined Gap. Maybe, anyway. Okay, back to the subject of this stream, Jocelyne. For her part, Ms. Wildenstein said she was pleased to be honored. "I am very proud of it, but I feel like everybody here," she told the Times. "It's what I like, always, to feel like everybody else. But not to look like everybody else." Okay, so the photograph here, this is Jocelyne, and that's Lloyd Klein, her fiance, partner, longtime companion. This is the two of them in 2019, so 5 years before we lost poor Jocelyne. Jocelyne Parisset was born on 7 September 1945, although I have seen that year contradicted elsewhere. Other sources apparently say 1940, 40, not 45, but we'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's let her have the extra 5 years off of her age. We'll go with 1945 with a little asterisk. In Lausanne, Switzerland, her first name is often spelled without that second E. As Ms. Wildenstein told the Times of London last year, people in Europe want to put the E, and in America they don't put the E. It came on and off this E. Her father, Armand, was a custom clothier. Her mother, Liliane, oversaw the home when Jocelyne was young, then became a lawyer. When Jocelyne was 17, she began dating Cyril Piguet, a Swiss movie producer. And after a few years, they moved to Paris together. Well, I could not find much about Cyril here, but this is his IMDb page. He has one credit as a producer, and then there's the news story about Jocelyne's death. And then this is his project, and it says it's a comedy, drama, shot in Switzerland. It doesn't look like much. I mean, you can see a lot of people who are in it don't even have photographs with their IMDb entries, so probably not that big or great of a movie. Okay. Oh. Continuing with the article, she was 31 and dating Sergio Gobi, a filmmaker, when she met Mr. Wildenstein, who was also involved with someone else on a trip to Kenya. Now, wow, that's a lot of time that has passed between 17 and 31, and it's a little unclear if Jocelyne was had stayed with Piguet the entire time. I imagine there is some lost time, lost relationships, perhaps, between 17, or I guess a few years, 20, let's say. Let's give her the move to Paris in a few years, so let's say 20 and 31. But Sergio Gobi, here is his IMDb page, and he's producer, writer, director. He has many credits. Actually, as you see, these are all his, production credits, writing credits, and directing credits. A lot of them are all on the same project, so he did all three, or, some combination of the three roles on a lot of his projects. It looks like his most famous, I guess, prestigious project was this movie, Death and the Maiden, from 1994. Oh, we don't want that to play. Which had actual real actors. Oh, and look at all the people who don't. It was a real movie. I think it was nominated for an Oscar. But look at all of the people in the movie who have no pictures on their credits. But the people who do, I mean, Sigourney Weaver and Ben Kingsley, he did win. That was Gandhi. Ben Kingsley won an Oscar. Excuse me. And Sigourney Weaver, a real actress, has she won? Nominated for 3 Oscars. Okay, did not win. But that was a real movie with real actors in it. And, oh, look, it was directed by Roman Polanski. Well, okay. Well, can you judge people by the company they keep? I don't know. Perhaps. Lord knows the film industry certainly makes for strange bedfellows. But if you do look at the rest of Sergio Gobi's credits, well, look, Siegfried and Roy, Masters of the Impossible from 1996. There's a cat people. If you look at the credits, a lot of them are in French, but they don't look like, that's Italian. Let's just say they're not all very serious. This one from 1971, Les Jambes en l'air, Legs in the Air. This one, Sin with a Stranger. I'm not going to pull these up, but a lot of it is basically, it looks like softcore, you know what. If you look at the storyline descriptions, it seems like it's an excuse to get women unclothed. And this film, which I'm not going to say the name of fully, International World's Oldest Profession, let's put it that way, that he is credited as the writer on. Well, let's just say this figures heavily into our story. This phrase. Keep it in mind. Anyway, so, yeah. Gobi not making the finest of films. And if you wanted, I actually could find more information about Sergio Gobi. He appears to be alive and kicking. And I found one, here he is, more recently. This is 12 years, almost 12 years old. You can see here he is with some other folks, unidentified. And what I found interesting... Okay, I'm going to scroll down for another photograph. Okay, public service announcement. Please do not go out in public with one shirt unbuttoned this far. That's not a good look. Kind of seedy, kind of sleazy. I recommend against. Anyway, I found it interesting that this was some kind of event that was being held at Casa de Campo, which is the resort in the Dominican Republic that is owned by the Fanjul family, the, billionaire sugar barons with their, I guess, Palm Beach based. That's where I tend to think of them, although they're massive in Florida. I don't know if they own Florida. I don't think you could say that, but I would imagine if anybody owned Florida, if any groups of people owned Florida, they probably own a substantial chunk of Florida. I haven't been keeping up on the chat. I apologize. Movie of the week. If not liking her looks is shopping at the Gap, then I shop at Fall Into the Gap. Yes, the original Gap with just t-shirts and jeans, which, yeah, very, very basic. And you remember that movie? It was pretty buzzworthy at the time. I thought Death of the Maiden was nominated for an Oscar or two. It probably said on the IMDb page, and I just wasn't paying attention. But anyway, so this is Sergio Gobi more recently, and this is a photograph of Sergio Gobi from, I think it was 1981, so not long, I guess, after, or before, rather, no, after he would have been dating Jocelyne Wildenstein. And, okay, yes. All right, back to the New York Times obituary. All right. Gobi. And then they were in Kenya, and that's where she met Mr. Wildenstein while she was still dating Sergio Gobi. And Alec Wildenstein was dating someone else. So Alec and Jocelyne, the two were holed up in an animal blind, hunting lions at 5 a.m., after which they rode motorcycles to a hilltop and shared a first kiss. Well, I guess that would be romantic except for the cheating. By all accounts, they were smitten with each other, and they married in Las Vegas in 1978. Okay, I believe I've said it before on this stream that, not this tonight's stream, but I believe I've said before, getting married in Las Vegas is a bad sign. I would recommend against it. If you feel compelled to elope, I think there are other places one can do that. I seem to recall reading at one point that the state, or is it West Virginia in the United States, is a place one can elope to, not as famously as Nevada, but yes, I would recommend a Las Vegas wedding. It does not convey seriousness, I would say. It's not good luck, not good karma. Back to the article. In addition to Mr. Klein, Ms. Wildenstein is survived by her children, Dion Wildenstein and Alec Wildenstein Jr., and 3 grandchildren. Mr. Wildenstein died in 2008. They mean Alec Sr. That's confusing because the last the last male Wildenstein mentioned was Alec Jr. He is still alive. Alec Sr., his father, Jocelyne's ex, is deceased. Okay. She met Mr. Klein, a fashion designer, in 2003 when she accepted an invitation to one of his shows. And we're going to take a look at Lloyd Klein and see some of the other people who've not only attended his shows, but walked in his shows. He's a very interesting man himself. Their relationship was stormy. Oh, was it? In 2016, they were both arrested after assaulting each other in the Trump World Tower apartment they shared. And we're going to read articles about their dust-ups in the future. But a year later, they had made up, and Mr. Klein proposed to her with a 32-carat engagement ring in the Versace mansion in Miami. As one does. At her death, they had yet to marry. Throughout her life, well, I guess they just couldn't find the right date in 9 years, or almost 9. Throughout her life, Ms. Wildenstein remained a tabloid staple and seemed to revel in that status. She made headlines when she sold her cat-themed jewels in 2002, when she evaded eviction for unpaid rent at her United Nations Plaza apartment in 2013, and when New York State's Labor Commissioner sued her for failing to pay a personal assistant in 2014, and we are going to read all about it. In 2018, Ms. Wildenstein declared bankruptcy, telling reporters that a Velázquez painting she had been guaranteed was a forgery, that a Cézanne had been undervalued, and that her income was 0. That seems impossible to believe. How? No investments, Jocelyne? Mr. Klein, in an interview, said that the bankruptcy was a technicality and that she had been in good shape financially. In recent years, Ms. Wildenstein turned to television to tell her story. She is the subject of a forthcoming HBO documentary. Oh boy, can't wait. I think I had a lot of fun, she told Interview magazine in 2023. I found freedom, and instead of having to behave according to a program, I could suddenly have the freedom to appreciate it. Well, there you go. That is how the New York Times summed up the life of Jocelyne Wildenstein. And as I said at the beginning of the article, this is basically a sort of sanitized version of what happened. It's obviously an abbreviated version of her life because I have many, many articles to read in which describe all of the events that have been bullet pointed sort of in this obituary, and then some. Ooh. But for a more colorful obituary, we move over to the Daily Mail, my second favorite tabloid. And I'm going to resize this because I find the sidebar a little distracting. And we will leave Jocelyne on the side here, side-eyeing her own media coverage. Okay, so this is the Daily Mail from the 2nd of January, 2025. And already the title is more lurid, the headline is more lurid than that from the New York Times. Inside the... Okay, can we take a moment to appreciate the little tabs here under Showbiz? Headlines, UK Showbiz, Meghan Markle, Kim Kardashian, Taylor Swift, TikTok, Jeremy Renner? Does he really weigh in with the same level of interest? No disrespect, Jeremy, but, he's a fine actor, but that just seems odd. Okay, anyway. Inside the Catwoman's secret violent life, from rumored courtesan, I told you, to billionaire socialite, how Jocelyne Wildenstein's feline obsession drove her infamy and excess. Here you go. Look at that face. There you go. And I'm trying to decide if the eyebrows have tattoo under them or if that's just makeup. I can't quite decide. But she's looking very, very tight here. Very, very tight. Certainly, we're in between. I'd say that photo is somewhere between number 2 and number 3 over on this, the triptych here. Let me get this back. There. Okay. Nearly 30 years ago, as billionaire Jocelyne Wildenstein's fabulously juicy divorce captivated the global aristocracy and the common reader. Oh, thanks, Daily Mail. The feline-featured socialite held court in a corner of the Manhattan townhouse that she was still permitted to use. Newly christened by the newspapers as the Bride of Wildenstein, Jocelyne, then 52, served champagne to a New York Magazine profile writer and batted down speculation that her increasingly bizarre cat-like appearance had nothing to do with cosmetic surgery. If I show you pictures of my grandmother, what you see is these eyes, cat eyes, and high cheekbones, the Swiss-born beauty told New York Magazine in 1997, and we will be reading that article. Perhaps not tonight, but very, very soon. At the time, Jocelyne was ending her marriage to the French art dealer Alec Wildenstein, the descendant of a family worth billions and believed to be in possession of the world's largest private collection of masterpieces, vaults of paintings, and a rumored, long-hidden and priceless work by Johannes Vermeer. The couple's property portfolio included a ranch in Kenya with a 366-strong staff, a castle in France, and the 25,000-square-foot brownstone on East 64th Street. And we are going to take a look at all 3 of those properties, where Jocelyne had been relegated to certain rooms during certain hours amid the very messy public end to her tumultuous 21-year marriage. Indeed, fissures had shown early in their romance. And here is a photo from 1998 of Jocelyne. Well, she did stay quite fit, I will give her that. And this is Alec, her now deceased ex-husband, who, in my opinion, has a little bit of an animal look to himself. I simply can't decide if he's more froggy or puggy. Froggy or puggy? What do you think? Leave a comment in the chat or leave a comment under the video if you are not listening or watching this live. Alec Wildenstein Sr., more frog look, more pug look, or maybe lemur. The eyes, I don't know. It's something about the eyes. Anyway, this is Alec. And there you go. Oh, look, it's a larger version of this photograph. That's Jocelyne with baby Dion. That's her daughter. Okay. According to Alec, Jocelyne's obsession with plastic surgery began about a year after their wedding in 1978. They underwent his and her eye lifts, he said, after his new bride complained that his eyes looked baggy. See, she had a problem with his eyes too, although, I mean, that's just mean. You get married to a man and then you're like, okay, honey, honeymoon at the plastic surgeon's. Well, I mean, then again, she went in for eye surgery herself, so I guess what's good for the goose is good for the gander, but I say, if you're going to be married, give it a little time before you're suggesting procedures to one another, perhaps. Especially ones of the cosmetic variety. Seems a bit rude, but anyway. Well, pulling no punches, she was crazy, Alec told Vanity Fair in 1998, and we're going to read that article too. She was thinking that she could fix her face like a piece of furniture. Skin does not work that way, but she wouldn't listen. No, and apparently her doctors wouldn't listen either, and they certainly should have known that skin doesn't work that way. This face like a piece of furniture quote is going to come back again and again and again. It is a favorite quote of the journalists. Okay, movie of the week. You vote Puggy. I will go along with Puggy. Here, we are trying to decide if Alec Wildenstein Sr. looks more froggy or puggy, and movie of the week votes Puggy. Okay, that's one. I'm undecided. I can't decide. I'm letting you, the viewer and listener, decide. Okay. A friend told Vanity Fair that they couldn't recall a time when Jocelyne wasn't healing from something. Oh, that's gross and painful. Alec would later complain to a divorce judge that his wife's looks were, quote, scaring people, unquote. Jocelyne, however, no, scaring people? No. I mean, she hadn't even gotten to this point yet. Okay, back to the article. Jocelyne, however, claimed that it was Alec who was preoccupied with youth and hated to be with old people. And as both their appearances changed, their marriage disintegrated. In September 1997, Alec was led away from their townhouse in handcuffs. The husband and estranged wife gave police different explanations of how a bang bang ended up in his hand. Jocelyne said that upon coming home early from a trip to Africa in 1999, she found Alec wearing only a towel and a naked blonde woman in the bedroom, only for her husband to grab a 9mm, tool of bang bang and point it at her. Well, I guess he had a couple tools of bang bang, if you know what I mean. Anyway, he grabbed the pistol. Alec said he mistook Jocelyne's bodyguards, one of whom called the police, for burglars, and put the bang bang down as soon as he realized his mistake. Regardless, police arrested him, and the billionaire spent 16 hours in custody on charges of menacing. He was released on his own recognizance and ordered to stay away from Jocelyne. Sadly, domestic strife and even violence would haunt Jocelyne for decades. And oh, look, this is a very, 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 very early, an earlier even photograph of Jocelyne. Earlier than this photo. This is supposedly Jocelyne when she was a teenager. And you can see, you can see cat eyes and high cheekbones, but, I mean, it's not quite like that. Although, now, okay, she must have... Do you suppose it's possible that she had the skin pulled so tightly that it actually pulled the eyes upward? I suppose there's some of that, but she must have had the eyes done themselves. Well, they admit they had his and her eye surgery. Okay. Anyway, I really wonder by this point, could she see properly? Here it looks manageable, but here and many of the later photographs of Jocelyne, I wonder, it looked as though she could not even close her eyes. And I mean, you can go blind if you can't close your eyes, they'll dry out. I wonder, did she have to sleep with, like, I don't know, something covering them? Anyway, okay, back to the article. Sadly, domestic strife and even violence would haunt Jocelyne for decades through her eventual $2.5 billion divorce settlement with Alec, her ever-changing visage, dubious bankruptcy claims, and a volatile relationship with a fashion designer more than 2 decades her junior, Lloyd Klein. It was Klein, 57, who announced this week that Wildenstein had died in her sleep on December 31 of a pulmonary embolism. The couple was staying in a luxury hotel in Paris where they had taken up residence. An icon is gone, Klein told the French media, saying his longtime fiancée had passed away at the age of 79, even as other outlets reported that Jocelyne was 84. She had told reporters various stories about her age. Indeed, Jocelyne was legendary, followed by more than 1.1 million fans on Instagram, and instantly recognizable to many as Catwoman. Her love of everything wild marked a steady theme throughout her life. Born in Lausanne, Switzerland around 1940, Jocelyne Périssé was the daughter of a department store buyer and a housewife. Okay, well, we've also heard that her mother became an attorney later in life. By her teenage years, she had begun dating a Swiss movie producer, that would be Piguet, I guess, and moved to Paris, armed with only her svelte figure, pixie features, and a fearless spirit. And so this is Jocelyne, prior to the Wildensteining of her face and whatnot. Okay. Oh, this has a video. I can here, why don't we watch it now? That will be fun. I have to get it's brief. Here, let me pull this up so we can enjoy a little bit of the late Ms. Wildenstein in the flesh, in life. Okay, I do have to get, the videos will not play on these archived links, so let me pull this up, because the Daily Mail has an unfortunate habit. If you leave a tab up too long, it will eventually cycle it and put you back on their main page, and it will lose the actual link, so I have to use archived versions of those. And here we go. Let me full screen this, and hopefully this will not be too loud. It is just a little over a minute, and this is Jocelyne with Lloyd. And here, I will back out one sec. Okay, it doesn't give a date on this, but it looks very recent. It could have even been, this could have been last year, the end of last year. Okay, here we go.
Je suis désolée pour ce soir.
Il n'y a pas de souci, on respecte.
D'avoir les yeux qui
Non, vous êtes magnifique, il n'y a pas de souci. Votre outfit, vous êtes habillé comment aujourd'hui? Votre tenue aujourd'hui?
Gucci.
Gucci, magnifique.
Et vous?
Okay, so I'm sorry, it takes the image away when you pause it. The press was asking her about her clothing, and Lloyd Klein answered that they were wearing Gucci.
C'est quoi votre tenue aujourd'hui?
Moi, cette fourrure, c'est rade.
Non,
Hein?
non, c'est Givenchy.
Ah,
Celle-là?
Incroyable.
Oui.
T'es sûr?
Merci.
Attends.
Okay, from what I can understand, Jocelyne and Lloyd are having a bit of a disagreement about what clothing she's wearing, and he's mentioning this Givenchy. Incroyable, incredible.
Bon, merci beaucoup. Le Uber alors?
Et c'est mieux que moi.
Bah oui, j'imagine.
Voilà.
De la mode.
Où est la voiture, Lloyd? Parce que j'ai le nez qui
C'est
court.
She's asking Lloyd, where's the car? Because, and I didn't hear.
C'est la voiture, le taxi?
Yeux qui courent.
Un mouchoir?
Ah oui. Mouchoir?
Oui, avec plaisir.
Très grande fan de Jocelyne.
Tenez, madame.
Attends, je tiens le mot.
Oh, this is just odd.
Merci.
Avec plaisir.
C'est gentil.
Avec plaisir, madame.
Avec plaisir, madame. Okay, that's just odd. A woman just out of the crowd gave her what looked like a piece of paper, honestly, to wipe her nose on. It didn't look like a tissue.
Merci.
It looked like a...
C'est gentil.
Avec plaisir, madame.
Voilà, merci.
Okay, it actually looks like poor Jocelyne is wiping her runny nose on a receipt from a store purchase. I mean, are you seeing what piece of paper she is holding up? And Lloyd, come on, get it together. The woman is 70 or possibly 80-ish. You should have a handkerchief or at least a little, pocket, paper tissues, a little container for your elderly not quite spouse. And Lord only knows what Jocelyne's nose is leaking. It could be, you know, just a runny nose from the cold. It could have something to do with her surgery. Who knows?
Oula.
Attention les gars.
Okay, well, the glamorous life of Jocelyne Wildenstein. There you go. All right, I'm going to pop out of that. I think there might be a second. Oh, there's another photograph. Look, as I said, she was keeping fit. And if you notice in this photograph, she's again with the animal-themed jewelry. She has a snake necklace and snake earrings. So it wasn't all just the big cats for Jocelyne. Oh boy. Okay. Was there another video? I thought there was another video. There was not. Here, we'll go back to the archived article. And let me fix my window really quickly. All right, let me get back to my place in the article. Continuing. She claimed to have flown on private jets in her 20s, bragging that Saudi Arabian arms dealer, hey, remember him? Saudi Arabian arms dealer? Adnan Khashoggi, yes. Okay. His plane featured a bedroom and a bathroom and a bidet. Oh, well, fancy. The beauty's jet-setting lifestyle would later fuel rumors, despite her denials, that she'd worked for a high-end European madam. By the time she'd met her future husband, she had been in a 5-year relationship with another filmmaker, this one Italian, and surely that's Sergio Gobi. Alec, too, was romantically involved and living with a woman. Ooh, not just dating, shacking up. When he first laid eyes on Jocelyne in 1977 at his 66,000-acre ranch in Kenya, he was inspecting the family property. She was on safari with friends. On their first day together, Alec unalived a lion during a 5 a.m. hunt, and the pair dabbed its blood on their neck and ate the animal's heart. Jocelyne said of the rituals, "You must eat a part of the heart of your game. It's legend. Maybe to take the power of the lion. It's a respect of the lion. It became like a certain bond right away." Okay, first of all, we have found the Catwoman's origin story. Much like Spider-Man, who got bit by a spider and then became Spider-Man, Jocelyne ate a lion's heart, and then she became the Catwoman. She was somehow infected with lion blood, kind of like Charlie Sheen with the tiger blood. Kind of, but not exactly. Anyway, so okay, we found the Catwoman's origin story. Here it is. She ate the heart of a lion, or part of one. To eat an entire lion heart, wow, that would be a project. I imagine their hearts are rather large. They are rather large. The other thing is, I have inadvertently done 2 streams in a row where I have described people doing that hunting, blooding, the hunting ritual. That was completely inadvertent. The last stream that I did about Tiggy Legberg Pettifer, the royal nanny, former royal nanny, described the same thing with Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, but not with a lion in Africa. This was a bunny in Wales or Scotland or something like that. Anyway, what an odd coincidence. It's not the kind of thing that comes up all the time, but now it has. Okay, continuing with this article. The couple, meaning Alec Wildenstein Sr. and Jocelyne, eloped in Las Vegas on April 30, 1978. And again, my public service announcement, I advise against Las Vegas weddings. It might seem fun, but I think it's bad luck and bad karma, and not a good portent for your future marriage. and would have 2 children together. But of course, the romance wouldn't last. In the final divorce settlement, Jocelyne ended up with $2.5 billion and an annual $100 million payment for 13 years. The money would only fuel the suspected excesses. Her appearance would become increasingly drastic in the decades after her divorce. The corners of her eyes stretched ever further back, narrowing her gaze in a decidedly feline stare, as her lips and cheeks ballooned so much that her face looked perpetually swollen, the distortion affecting her speech. Well, we definitely saw that in the video that we just played. Barely able to blink. Aw, this is just so sad. I mean, really, I don't... It's very easy to make fun of this woman, but this is horrible. And I can't imagine, when I look at her face, even, for example, the middle photograph here, all I can think of is, what happens when you actually do want to move your face? If you have an emotion, if you have it, just natural, like what if someone scared you? Can you not move your face? Do your muscles, do the nerves send, the signals to the muscles to move? Is there pain? Is there nothing? Is it like straining? Do you feel like a straining feeling, or is it completely immobilized? I have no idea. It just looks incredibly painful, or at least very uncomfortable, if not actually painful. There, I guess, is a difference, but I can't imagine what that must have felt like. Yeah. Okay. Getting back to the article. Barely able to blink, Jocelyne barely resembled the lithe elfin Swiss beauty who stared out coquettishly in photos from her youth. Estimates have placed the cost of Jocelyne's cosmetic work as high as $4 million. And we are going to look at, I think there's another Daily Mail article we are going to look at that consults plastic surgeons in what they think she did to her face. And we'll look at that, I think, in just a little bit. Okay, continuing this. Yes, estimates have placed the costs of Jocelyne's cosmetic work as high as $4 million, even though she continued to insist she'd had no surgeries. And as Jocelyne played coy about her lynx-like look, she spent much of the Wildenstein family money on real cats. She owned a pet lynx and a black leopard. At the family's 66,000-acre African ranch, she kept 2 tigers in a bulletproof glass cave. In 2003, Jocelyne found love again with Klein, and here's Lloyd Klein and Jocelyne. And there you go, the look of love. Find someone who looks at you the way Jocelyne looks at Lloyd Klein, and the way he does not look at her. He dutifully maintained her line that the feline features came naturally, the high cheekbones and long hair, as Jocelyne put it, which she compared to Brigitte Bardot. But the pair made headlines for more than Jocelyne's unusual countenance. They were arrested in 2016 after a brawl in her Trump World Tower apartment. Jocelyne sank her claws into Klein's face and scratched him with scissors, while he allegedly shoved her to the floor. We do have a little video of Jocelyne and Lloyd having a spat. I think that is going to be coming up in a future stream. I don't think we're getting... That's not in the timeline that we're... part of the timeline we're covering right now. But it will be coming. Stay tuned. Both were arrested and charged after the incident. Charges against Klein were dropped in January 2017, and charges against Jocelyne were dismissed the following month. And here they are in 2006, just 3 years after finding love with one another. And there you go. Movie of the week, if you have eyes to put on this screen. If you thought the triptych of photographs that I showed you before were nightmare fuel, this takes the cake. This is Jocelyne's mugshot from her arrest in 2016. And, mugshots not known for their great lighting. But still, that's a bit harsh. And again, I think it looks painful. I think it looks like it hurts. And then here's Lloyd following the attack. You can see the scratch marks on his face, obviously, the scabs, and yeah, but glamorous as always in a fur and is a comb-over. Okay, moving on. Oh, this is the end of this article. Klein later made up with Jocelyne with 2 apology gifts: a 200-carat ring composed of emeralds and diamonds, and a 32.5-carat pear-shaped snakeskin-inspired engagement ring. The designer popped the question in July 2017 at the Versace mansion in Miami, where they'd enjoyed time with their good friend Gianni Versace, who was murdered by a crazed serial unaliver in 1997. Well, nothing says romance like proposing to your beloved at the mansion of your friend who was unalive there, tragically. Well, I mean, okay. 4 months after the proposal, the couple was arrested again after neighbors heard screaming coming from their apartment. Police found a shattered casserole dish on the kitchen floor. Who knew they cooked? Bruises to Jocelyne's neck and arms, and a cut to Lloyd's forehead. Both were charged with misdemeanor assault. Despite Jocelyne's fabulous wealth, she dubiously declared bankruptcy in 2018, as financial disclosures showed more than $15 million in real estate, a Bentley, and an extensive wardrobe. Well, that's one heck of a way of being bankrupt. I think most people would love to be bankrupt like that. The unlikely pair, however, remained together and were reportedly considering a reality show when Jocelyne died this week. Yes, there was talk of a reality show, and of course we've heard about an allegedly forthcoming HBO documentary, which would be fantastic. Now, if you have stuck with us from the beginning of the stream, you might notice that this obituary, the Daily Mail obituary, a lot juicier, a lot more tabloidy, of course, what we expect from the Daily Mail, than the, as I described it, sanitized version that appeared in the New York Times. However, note that the New York Times does leave off some crumbs. They do mention Khashoggi, and that's, you know, when you figure out who Adnan Khashoggi is, it kind of tells you a lot. Not all, but a lot of what you need to know about this story. And the story of Alec and Jocelyne Wildenstein, it seems to be the name of that, that I'm pulling it up on the screen because I don't want to say it on YouTube. The title of this Sergio Gobi film, that thing itself, the thing that the title represents, is a bit of a touchstone in the story, the ballad of Alec and Jocelyne Wildenstein. And we'll see more and more of that as we move forward. I am going to, 1 second. Okay. I have a little bit more. This is going to be a little bit of a shorter stream than I often do. Right now, we are almost an hour and a half into the stream. This is French Dip Empire, and I am the Empress. If you are here with us, please hit that like button and go ahead and subscribe so you will know when future streams are forthcoming as we continue our series. We will be doing an entire series on the Wildenstein family because there is so much to do, but we're mixing up the topics. We're not going to do Wildensteins all in a row, although I may come back with a part 2 of Jocelyne. I'll have to decide. We're juggling different topics so that we can have fun in a lot of different ways and not, you know, wear out one subject. So, yeah, we have a little bit more to read, and then and then we will end part 1 of Jocelyne Wildenstein. But right now, I am going to take a brief break to get myself a little more water. And then when we come back, we will be looking at the plastic surgeons will weigh in on what they think Jocelyne did. We will go on to one more article, an older article. This is sort of the beginnings of Jocelyne's media coverage. We've looked at her obituaries, and we'll look at her plastic surgery roundup, and then we will go back in time all the way to the 1990s and take a look at this New York article that goes into a lot of detail, a lot of detail about the Wildensteins, about Alec and Jocelyne's marriage and their divorce, and we will look at the properties, take a little look, just a little look at these various properties that have been mentioned. And there are a lot more famous names, famous faces, and connections about to come into the discussion. So I'm going to go on a little break and just 5 or 10 minutes. And when I come back, we will continue with the story of Jocelyne Wildenstein, remembering Jocelyne, who we lost on the very last day of 2024. So I will be back in just a little bit. Hello, we are back. This is Friendship Empire, and I am the Empress. We are continuing our episode on the late Jocelyne Wildenstein, the Catwoman, the Cat Lady, the Bride of Wildenstein, who we lost on the very last day of 2024. And so we're taking a little look back on her life and her transformations and her many, many tabloid headlines. And so, if you are not familiar with who Jocelyne Wildenstein is, well, you're going to have to roll back and start watching the beginning of this stream, because we've been discussing who she is. The Swiss-French socialite, ex-wife of a art-dealing nepobaby, who made her name by changing her face again and again, and also by having a really, really lurid tabloid divorce from her ex-husband. So, we have read some obituaries, and now we are going to take a look at what the plastic surgeons thought about Jocelyne and her transformations. So, this is an article, again, from the Daily Mail right after she had died. All the work plastic surgeons believe Catwoman Jocelyne Wildenstein had done over the years, from eyelid surgeries and facelifts to cheek and chin implants. Ouch. Jocelyne Wildenstein became famed across the world for the drastic change in her appearance over the years. And there you go. There is yet another photograph of Ms. Wildenstein, this from 2022, just 2 years before her demise. There you go. Okay, Jocelyne Wildenstein became famed across the world for the drastic change in her appearance over the years, but the Swiss socialite who died on Tuesday, aged 84, always denied having plastic surgery. She received the nickname Catwoman due to her slanted feline eyes and leonine features, and it was reported that she started undergoing cosmetic procedures after she got married to Alec Wildenstein in April of 1978. Jocelyne has always disputed these claims, though, despite debuting an unrecognizable look in the 1990s in comparison to photos from her younger years. Yep, very different. All right, we'll leave that photo, the young photo, off to the side. Okay. Surgeons, however, think the art dealer did in fact go under the knife. Well, she wasn't so much the art dealer. Her ex-husband was. Anyway, suspecting Jocelyne actually had repeated work done, possibly causing complications. Possibly? I would say definitely. From repeated eyelid surgeries to chin implants, Mail Online looked at the experts' theories. Okay, so let's see what they say. And there you go. That's the very much before and the very much after. There are also many decades of time between possibly 6.5 decades. But then again, age alone can't do that. Again, very Bogdanoff-y. See? Much like that. She really does, in this photograph, look like a Lady Bogdanoff. I mean, really. I wonder, both being... she was living in France. The Bogdanoffs were French. Were they going to the same doctor or doctors? Because honestly, it really looks like they were going for the same kind of look. It's kind of like the way that all those sort of California Kardashian type people look alike. They all sort of start looking to resemble one another. Kardashian and Kardashian adjacent people in that realm. They all kind of have a samey look to their surgery, and I assume they're going to the same surgeons, and that it's like like an artist would have a certain style that you could recognize. I imagine plastic surgeons do too. Okay, so let's look at the experts' theories. Utah-based Dr. Jerry Chidester, or Dr. Chitty, maybe it's Chidester, never treated Jocelyne personally, but based on her visible transformation, he said he believed she may have received repeated facelifts, as well as eyelid surgeries, also known as blepharoplasty, easy for me to say, cheek and chin implants, and repeated dermal filler injections. Ugh. Now, of course, I think it's probably, like, I know psychiatrists say that they can't comment on what they think has happened or what's going on with someone if they are not actually their client, because that would be unethical, medically unethical. I don't know if there's any ethical restriction for plastic surgeons to comment on what they think people have done, although I know this is a common thing. As a matter of fact, before I minimize the window here, I think there was an article off to the side saying, "What has Carrie Underwood done to her face? Cosmetic experts' verdict as fans accuse singer of too much plastic surgery." Okay, well, Carrie Underwood, you've been warned. Don't become a Jocelyne Wildenstein. Excuse me. Okay. So continuing with Dr. Chitty, when a patient undergoes multiple or excessive procedures, especially to the face, it can lead to complications that may have both physical and psychological impacts in the short and long term. And psychological impacts. Dr. Chitty warned DailyMail.com in October. At one point, Jocelyne admitted to getting a facelift because her then-husband, Alec, hates to be with old people, although she later said he told her that I look very young. Dr. Chitty also believed Jocelyne had an upper lip lift, as well as rhinoplasty surgery. And of course, that's a nose job. These repeated alterations can eventually disrupt a person's natural facial proportions. Again, you don't say, as evidenced by her early photos prior to plastic surgery. Additionally, each of these procedures carries its own risks, and performing them repeatedly or in combination can compound those risks, affecting both overall appearance and health. While advancements in plastic surgery have made incredible transformations possible, it's vital to recognize limits and respect the body's natural structures to avoid complications, Dr. Chitty continued. He explained that his role as a surgeon is not just to enhance, but also to advise responsibly, ensuring patients understand the long-term implications of any procedure. And here again, another comparison of Jocelyne in the late 70s or early 80s, and then Jocelyne apparently in 2017. And that's not just age. Yes, our eyes are so much smaller. I would think that would be very... I would not want to make my eyes so small that it looked like the natural function of, say, your eyelids and whatnot didn't occur any longer. It's not just the size of the eyes, but like the movement, you know? And there you go again. And again, this is where you could say, well, okay, she doesn't look that bad, but it's by comparison of seeing her like this or worse like this. It's unfortunate that the middle picture ends up becoming like seemingly reasonable, but it's not. It's like what do you call that? The Overton window or whatever has shifted on what seems to be reasonable or unreasonable. You know, in the 90s, this was considered unreasonable and like, you know, completely insane. But then, you know, you can always do better or worse, I suppose, as the case may be. And there you go. In the 1999. Okay, there she is, 1999. And then here you go. Wow. Wowie, wowie, zowie. What is even going on here? 2009, possibly causing complications. Well, I think we've got to move that to a definitely. And, oh, another wildlife-themed necklace with the tigers or something on it. Again, swollen, shiny. It looks painful, taut, quilted. There's a quilting quality that comes in with some of the nips and tucks. It doesn't contour. It seems to create a quilted quality. And I don't know if this is tattooing or if this is makeup eyebrows, but whoever's doing that, stop. Don't do that. That's not a look. That's not a good look. Okay. And again, Jocelyne, 1998. Okay, so that's 98 right here. And then this is 99. Wow. Even that's a bit, well, okay, maybe it's just the hair. Very different. Or wig. I mean, okay, we have to say hair, wig. I'm thinking wig. She definitely, that doesn't look like a wig, but she definitely wears wigs at times. Okay, continuing the article. Meanwhile, San Francisco-based surgeon Dr. Corey Moss, the former president of the American Academy of Facial, Plastic, and Reconstructive Surgery, said he believed Jocelyne's transformation began with surgeries on her nose, which was once quite elegant in her youth, but gradually changed, resulting in a depressed nasal tip. Is that? I guess so. Okay. Dr. Moss thought Jocelyne also underwent a lip lifting procedure that compressed the space between her nose and mouth, further altering her facial proportions. Weird. Okay. He suspects one of the most significant changes to her appearance came from multiple eyelid surgeries in the 90s, which resulted in the cat-like slant to her eyes. The plastic surgeon believed that Jocelyne's experience illustrates the complex issue of body dysmorphia within the realm of cosmetic surgery. What began as aesthetic enhancements gradually escalated into a cycle of procedures intended to correct prior surgeries. But correct what? It didn't seem like they were correcting anything. It seemed like they were almost doubling down on whatever they had done before. Contributing to her dramatic transformation over the years, Dr. Moss said. Jocelyne doubled down on her plastic surgery denial in a more recent interview in November 2024 with The Sun, but she has admitted to having had a few tweakments. I haven't had plastic surgery. I am scared of what can happen, and I don't like to have something heavy. Sometimes it is a bit heavy and terrible, she told the publication. She also said that she hadn't had any fillers and had heard unfortunate stories from those who had. Yikes. Here she is again, 1998. And it's like a gold surrounded shark tooth, I imagine. Shark teeth are very sharp, razor sharp, actually. So yes, you would want something to coat them, I suppose, if that's what they are. Now, this is what's crazy. Okay, 1998. If we go with the, what did that say? 1945 was allegedly her birth year, but maybe 1940. So if she was 45, this would be a 53-year-old woman. If not, it's a, 58-year-old woman? Am I doing my math correctly? Now, if you just, this is, okay, can I do a little window magic here? I don't know if this will work. Okay. So here's Jocelyne, the original face, or at least as close to it as we can get. And then here's Jocelyne. Like, if you just kind of do this, right? Okay, we can get an idea of what she would have looked like. I mean, yeah, okay, there's like 20 or so years between, pardon me, this photograph and the photograph behind it. But you can kind of see, like, even if she had aged a little bit, right? It would have been everything would have been fine. See? There you go. Okay. Well, what could have been, but what did not happen. Oh, well. Poor Jocelyne. I mean it, too. I really do feel for this poor lady. It seems she was trapped in this head. I mean, and this is the thing she got attention for, not for her quote unquote beauty, for how she destroyed her beauty, not for her charm, not for her personality, not for, well, whatever her talents may have been. Okay. I don't like Botox. The Botox. It's like the Donald. I don't like the Botox, she said, before adding, everyone has a different reaction to it. I have had Botox only twice. I don't know if I am allergic, but when I had it, it did not go well with me. It was not a good result. My face swelled up. I repeat, it was not a good result. My face swelled up. How could she tell? And if she could, oh no, what did that look like? I can't even begin to imagine. Okay, movie of the week in the chat is saying, how do you lie like that? How does anyone lie about anything? Yeah, she would have looked totally normal. Exactly. She would have looked perfectly fine. The star icon, born Jocelyne Wildenstein, was taking a nap in a Parisian palace when died this is poorly written. When died unexpectedly of a pulmonary embolism on Tuesday, it was reported by Paris Match. Taking a nap in a Parisian palace. Now, another article said that they were staying in a hotel, in like a luxury hotel. Taking a nap in a palace sounds like she just wandered into, a palace and like laid down on the floor or curled up on, an ancient, sofa or something and fell asleep. Movie of the week in the chat, again, turning tragedy into horror. And then movie of the week says, well, usually one lies surreptitiously, but this is quite obviously a lie, which kind of defeats the purpose. I think movie of the week, this is the it wasn't me defense. It wasn't me. But of course it was you. It wasn't me. Whose joke was that? I know it wasn't me as a song. I'm not saying that it was a joke. The song was a joke. But whose joke was it about being caught? Was it Eddie Murphy being caught, not red-handed, but movie of the week, I think you know what I'm talking about, in flagrante delicto, and claiming it wasn't me, and still persisting with the lie, despite the very, very, Eddie Murphy, yes, very, very obvious evidence to the contrary. Yes, okay. Eddie Murphy, great stand-up. No joke, I mean that honestly. Okay, so that's the plastic surgeons weighing in on what procedures Jocelyne had done. I think the short answer is all of them. All of them. All right. And just to make the point, I found some, oh goodness, well, that's just freaky. I found some other photographs of Jocelyne from before she presumably had any surgery. This being another picture of her from what they describe as her jet-setting youth, which is a lovely way of putting it, sort of a euphemism. I know, very, very bad photograph, but you can see how huge her eyes are. I mean, they're just gigantic in this photograph, not anything like the, cat-like slanted eyes that we've seen. And then here's another photograph. And honestly, I can't say that she hadn't had any work done at this point. But you can see, even with the hat, sort of the brim of the hat shading her face, looks nothing like the later photos. And in this photo, you can see she's sort of dressed for a photographic safari, perhaps. And on her T-shirt here, it says old, I think it's Jogi? Yes, I think they say Jogi, not Yogi. I thought it might be Old Yogi, but I think they say Old Jogi. And that's the name of the ranch in Kenya. And I was going to show that here, wait. I'll just scroll down so you can see some more lovely photographs. There you go. This is, I think, a facial incarnation that we had not quite seen before. And boy, her her lawyer looks thrilled. But yeah, so a little more Jocelyne. And yeah, so as for old Jogi, if you want to get a little view of the Kenya ranch that they keep mentioning, this is it. Yes, why don't we take a little look? I was going to do this within the body of the next article that I was going to read, but while we're here, why don't we just go ahead and take a look? This is the ranch in Kenya. Beautiful view. I will just go through the slideshow of photographs so you can see this is, I can't vouch that it looked like this when they met, when Alec and Jocelyne met, but this is the Kenya ranch or resort. Now it is turned into a resort, and you can go and stay there. And as you can see, the accommodations are rather lovely. I can't say that this pool was there when Jocelyne first met Alec, but and look at the size of that geode. Now that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a geode embedded fireplace before, but at Old Jogi you can certainly see this one. And movie of the week says, we colonial now. Yeah, I know. It's a little cringy, but hey, if you want to go live your imperialist fantasies out at Old Jogi, go ahead. Go to Kenya. That is amazing. OMG, that pool. Yeah. Oh, I think you're behind, the chat is behind my speaking. So wait till you see the geode movie of the week. Okay, just a few more photographs. Okay. Zebras or zebras, if you prefer, on the wall. What looks like a ship's porthole on the portholes. It looks like we're on a boat, but I think this is just the land accommodations. There's a tortoise or a sea turtle of some kind on the wall. I'm going to guess that's a sawfish. Saw? Bill? What do you call that? And I'm not sure what's going on here. It looks like a mirror, but it's either reflecting something that's opposite it, or it's some kind of, I don't know, inset art piece? Is it a painting? I don't know. But it looks like a reflection in a mirror, but clearly not. I'm just thinking that if you were tired and you stumbled into this room and looked, it would scare the living daylights out of you that there was some, figure standing there oddly. Saw. So you do call it a sawfish's saw. It's an odd thing to stick on one's wall because it does look a bit like, I don't know, a tool or just some random thing. Unless that is another thing, but I am imagining because of the other decor that it is a sawfish saw. Okay. And here are some rhino. What is the plural of rhino? I think plural of rhinoceros is just rhinoceros, is it not? And then the view. Gorgeous. Beautiful. So that's Old Jogi, the Kenya ranch of the Wildensteins. And they're going to mention the Manhattan townhouse, which has been sold, as you can see. We are not going to read this article today, but this is the townhouse that will be referred to in the articles every time they talk about the townhouse. They had the gallery. As I understand, the gallery was on the ground floor, and then the family lived above in the rooms, the floors above, and this was a property that was shared by the Wildenstein family commonly. So this is where Alec and Jocelyne and their two children lived, but also Alec's brother Guy and his wife, and I think he has 4, if I remember correctly, 3 daughters and the son. They all shared the property when they were in New York City. I think there are, here, I can show you a couple photographs from the interior if I open up the actual link, not the archive. And there you go. So the Manhattan townhouse, which they no longer own, is 25,000 square feet, 41 feet wide. They mention that in New York articles sometimes because having a width of your residence is a thing. Some places are very narrow and others are wider. Built in 1932 in the Beaux-Arts style and features a limestone facade and wood paneling from a Parisian townhouse, which would make the, I suppose, French residents feel at home. And there you can see the white paneling with the gilded decorations, the chandelier, an oriental rug, which looks like it was cut oddly. I'm not sure if that's an artifact of the photograph or something. Or is there like a stair there? I can't tell. And then this other photograph. Here you have the marble floor, another chandelier. You see all the chandeliers and you know, just looks all fancy. I like how they blur the art. If you look at real estate listings, if they have certain kinds of art on the walls, they will actually blur the images out the way that they blur people's family photographs that they leave up in their homes. And I think that, yeah, those are all of the photographs of the property. Okay, and then the other property that they will mention is the chateau, the French chateau, Chateau de Marental. This is an old postcard, so you can see the chateau in its entirety, although in sort of black and white or sepia and white, whatever you want to call that. And then this is a color photograph, more recent, but there is a wall in front of the property, so you can't get a view of the entire building, but you can get a little bit of a sense of what it actually looks like in full color. So that's their chateau. And yeah, okay, so those are the properties that will be mentioned. That's the chateau, and that's the townhouse, and that's the ranch, or that was the ranch there. There you go. Okay. Now, another photograph. Should have warned you. So this is the cover of New York Magazine, obviously, from December 1997. The Lion Queen. She met Alec Wildenstein on a safari. 20 years later, he chased her out of their house with a tool of bang bang. A tale of love, divorce, and plastic surgery in the art world's richest family. All right, so let's get to the article. Oh, here we go. And another beautiful photo. It's actually a very well taken photograph. Look at that. That's lovely. The staircase is lovely. The lighting with the shadow. It's very dramatic. Very, very well done. Congrats to the photographer. And this article is actually very interesting, informative, and well written. And so congratulations also to the author, Eric Konigsberg. Okay, this is What Money Can't Buy. Jocelyne Wildenstein and her husband Alec, scion of the world's richest art family, believed that beauty was for sale, and they spent freely on it. But now, in the midst of an ugly divorce, the bill has come due. Alec Wildenstein said it would be a bad idea for her to come home, and Jocelyne believed whatever Alec said. They had been married for 19 years, and if theirs had not been exactly a picture of matrimonial calm, they were in the initial stages of a placid divorce. At least she had always known what to make of him. Alec Wildenstein has many faults, Jocelyne told me, but guile is not among them. Jocelyne was at Old Jogi, the family ranch in Kenya, when she got the message, "You are free to come to New York, but it is impossible for me to let you come in at number 11. Alec wrote her in a fax, in French, which is what they spoke with each other. Well, yes, he's French and she's Swiss. That makes sense. Number 11 was the family's townhouse at 11 East 64th Street, and Jocelyne thought that for such a weakling of a man, he was pulling a very assertive move in banishing her. I have many dinners and will be entertaining at home this week, was the only excuse he gave. And so, on September 2, she flew home. I wanted to, how you say, call his bluff, she says. And besides, let me make this text a little larger. She'd provided over the house's redecoration, selecting fabrics that would match the 10 Bonnard paintings in the Bonnard room. Entering through the front door at street level, Jocelyne took the elevator to the 3rd floor and found herself face to face with Alec, holding a towel around his waist with one hand and his pistol, a semi-automatic with the handle inscribed AW1 in the other. She had walked in on him in their bedroom, and he was with his girlfriend, one of them anyway, a 19-year-old Russian. Well, I think she was 21 in a different and later article. So in this earlier article, the first story, I guess, is that she was 19. Alec, a pie-faced man, or is it pug-faced? Pug or frog? Place your vote in the chat or in the comments under the video. Do you think Alec Wildenstein looks more like a frog or more like a pug? We have one vote for pug so far. Alec, a pie-faced man of 57. Ew, 57 with a 19-year-old. Ugh. Yuck. And how old was his daughter at this point? Was pointing the pistol at Jocelyne. You will be on the streets when this is over, he yelled, his eyes bugged from his skull the way they always did when he got worked up. Without his glasses on, it made him look like a tawny owl. Okay, now we have owl. Frog, pug, or owl, you be the judge. We stayed together too long. I should have left just after the kids were born. I should have had a life of my own. Okay. Alec grabbed his girlfriend and they headed downstairs to the pool. I thought the bodyguards restrained him. Jocelyne ran into the bedroom and called the police. Alec spent the night in a holding cell at the 19th precinct on account of the bang-bang. When I went to see him in jail, he was remarkably cool, almost zen-like, said his lawyer, Raoul Felder, who was, I think he's no longer with us, but Felder was huge big-name lawyer, like right up there with Dershowitz, big-name lawyer. It was an experience, said Alec Wildenstein. I adapt to a lot of experiences. Jocelyne took it harder, not over merely the infidelity her husband showed her, but the lack of respect. Refinement is how man separate himself from the beasts, she says. Yes, she said separate, not separates. And Alec now has forgotten that. He has forgotten his manners. Well, that's putting it lightly, yeah. Alec's father, Daniel Wildenstein, was beside himself with embarrassment. A wizened man with jet black hair. Oh, surely natural. I'm sure he didn't dye his hair any more than Jocelyne had her eyes done. Monsieur Daniel, as he is known, was at home in Paris, weeks from his 80th birthday, when he heard the news. Daniel has enjoyed his own long career as a womanizer, but for the boy to get caught with his pants down in his own home by his own wife, and to get arrested and have it make the papers, well, that is another matter entirely. A big mistake, Daniel said. Yes, of course, it's not a mistake that you did it, it's a mistake that you got caught. I remember someone once telling me that Richard Nixon's biggest mistake wasn't the break-in of Watergate. It was getting caught. Well, that's one way to think about it. Monsieur Daniel's first reaction was to blame the incident on Jocelyne's having called the cops. That's it, he told Alec. There will be no more money for her. This lady is going to wind up with nothing. My recommendation to the very, very wealthy, or even the moderately wealthy, anyone of any means, is if someone's going to do this to you, take care of them. I understand that sometimes blackmail extortion can be an ongoing thing, and that can lead to problems. But this is a wife. This is a wife. This isn't a rando. This isn't a casual acquaintance or something. This is a wife. The mother of your children. Even if she weren't the mother of your children, but, it would be worthy of something. But especially, these are your children's mother. Try not to drag her through the press for your own sake, for their sake. But no. So here we go. Better for us, right? Declaring an economic war on Jocelyne is something Monsieur Daniel, and not his son, is most in position to do. Daniel is the sole owner of Wildenstein and Company and the family fortune, and he was the one covering Jocelyne's personal and legal expenses. He was also supporting Jocelyne's widowed mother, sick with Alzheimer's, at Old Jogi. Monsieur Alec, despite a quality of life befitting a South American dictator, is merely an employee of Daniel's. He has testified to not owning the townhouse on 64th Street, not owning the mansion in Paris in which he also resides, not owning Le Chateau Marental, the family's castle in Igny. Now, I apologize. I did not pull up a picture of the mansion in Paris. I only pulled up a photograph of the chateau. The largest home within the metropolitan environs of Paris, not owning the 66,000-acre Old Jogi, thought to be worth some $40 million. And of course, this is in 1997. Where stand, according to Jocelyne's affidavit, 200 major buildings, including an elementary and secondary school for the children of the ranch's residential staff of 366. And when they say 200 major buildings, that means that there are smaller ones. And who knows how many those are? Could be far above 200 then. All are the property of Daniel or one of the Wildenstein corporations. Although, Alec Wildenstein has the use of a stable of cars, a personal house staff of 10, and a traveling staff of 6, flies his own Gulfstream 4 airplane, and runs Allée France, one of the largest and most profitable collections of racehorses and trotting horses in Europe, 159 thoroughbreds. He claims in sworn testimony that he is supported by a salary of only $100,000 a year, and that his net worth, besides the salary, consists only of an apartment in Switzerland he and Jocelyne co-own. All of which means that if Jocelyne wanted money from this dying marriage, she would have had to sue her father-in-law for divorce. Everybody knows you can't sue your father-in-law for divorce. After the news of the case had been in the newspapers for a few weeks, Monsieur Daniel reconsidered and contacted Jocelyne. He asked if he could see her face to face. Oh, wow, he was bold. Without lawyers, to discuss a settlement. He said he hadn't decided yet whether Alec would be there. Well, nothing says I'm a big boy now like being a man in your mid-50s having your daddy settle your divorce. But as we learn more about the Wildensteins and as we learn more about Alec's upbringing and Danielle's parenting, this is not surprising and not, I guess, out of character. I would have to say Daniel Wildenstein was way too involved in a very negative way in his sons' lives. And it bore very, very bad fruit when it came to, as we're reading, this horrible divorce and all of the things. And, as I said earlier in the broadcast, the divorce and the scandals with Jocelyne and Alec were nothing, I would think, compared to the problems they had with the accusations of, hoarding Nazi art and stuff like that. So, but we're going to get to that, not today, but in a future stream. There is so much material on the Wildensteins, and it's all really, really juicy. But continuing with this article. the New York article from 1997, one of the first articles about Jocelyne Wildenstein. But Danielle seemed, and still seems, to have no intention of settling, and the meeting went nowhere. By now, the case had taken on a surreal quality. Almost each time there were courtroom proceedings for the divorce, the tabloids ran small updates. Mostly, it seemed, as an excuse to print pictures of Jocelyne. As a result of several cosmetic surgeries, Jocelyne is an otherworldly-looking person. Her forehead is high and spherical, and the planes of her cheekbones recall Grace Jones's during her Demolition Man period. Now, if you do not remember or are not old enough to know, or just it slipped your mind who Grace Jones is and what she looked like during her Demolition Man period, this is the cover of Grace's album Nightclubbing, where you can find that song, her cover of the Police song Demolition Man. And yeah, so this is how she was presenting herself at that time. And I guess, well, I don't really entirely see the resemblance, but I guess with the cheekbones and the eyes, maybe there's a little bit of that going on there. Okay. All right. Back to, wrong one. Back to the article. Okay. Her hair is amber, often in ringlets. Her flaring eyebrows, mostly painted on, well, there you go, paint, not makeup, I guess, not tattoos, are oddly peaked. In photographs, her eyes appear hollow, like those of the characters in Little Orphan Annie. And again, if you aren't familiar with Little Orphan Annie, the original comic strip, the characters, for some reason, don't have anything but white to their eyes. No pupil, no iris, just white egg eyes. Very odd. Don't know what that's all about. Okay. Where did I leave off? Okay, and, of course, she has a terrific figure for a woman of 52. The New York Post has referred to Jocelyne... Well, when you have a family liposuctionist, I imagine you would. The New York Post has referred to Jocelyne as the Bride of Wildenstein. Mean. Alec requested that the judge ruling on the divorce, Marilyn Diamond, bar reporters from the courtroom, quote, because Jocelyne's looks are scaring people. Super mean, extra mean. Terribly mean. Jocelyne's looks are not so unusual, however, when considered in the context of the rest of the Wildenstein's life. When school is out and Danielle's in town, there are 11 family members living in the townhouse on East 64th, making the place the most expensive tenement in Manhattan. Tenement, as Harry Brooks, former president of the Wildenstein Gallery, is fond of calling it. Alec and Jocelyne, until their separation, occupied the third floor of the townhouse. Alec's younger brother Guy lives with his wife Christina, formerly a Swedish catalog model. The fifth floor, oh, what, he could only get a catalog model? The fifth floor is shared by Guy's 4 children, Alec and Jocelyne's 2 children, and a nanny. All of them share the kitchen and the dining room. On the ground floor are lockers for the staff with plaques marked kitchen, butlers, and maids. A coffee table in the Bonar room is a glass-topped case of antique swords, buckles, white hunter guns, and a velvet-handled rifle that used to belong to Marie Antoinette. They have a pet lynx and a black leopard. We sat... Oh, and here, the photographs. Here is Alec Sr., Alec Wildenstein Sr. Movie of the week says, yeah, that was always creepy. What was always creepy movie of the week? I'm sorry, I missed your chat. Okay, so the photographs, this is Alec Wildenstein Sr., and then this, following his arraignment on a weapons charge, so not in the best mood. Again, your vote, frog, pug, or owl? Do you think Alec more resembles a frog, a pug, or an owl? Let us know in the chat or leave a comment on the video. And then down here is Yelena Yarakova, his Russian girlfriend, or one of them. anyway, but the central figure being discussed in the little incident that precipitated the Wildenstein's divorce. So, back to the article. We sat in the Bonar room, and she served champagne. I didn't ask why, but Jocelyne said she was serving champagne because that is what one does. She looked at me the whole time with a gaze that was unsmiling and unblinking, but still somehow not cold, almost unaware. Well, to be fair, I don't know that she could smile or blink even if she'd wanted to with all of her might. Continuing. Because of Alec's arrest, Jocelyne was granted the use of the townhouse. Alec has been forced to live at the Four Seasons. Oh no, the horror. Oh, movie of the week, Egg Eyes. The Little Orphan Annie Egg Eyes are creepy. Indeed, terribly creepy. I really don't know what that was all about. But cut off from the family's credit cards and staff, Jocelyne was helpless. I don't think she was helpless. I'm sure she could have thought of one way that she could have made some money. Anyway, she filed papers declaring she didn't know how to use the institutional size equipment in the kitchen and that she wasn't permitted to make long-distance phone calls. Her lawyer, Bernard Clare, asked the Wildensteins to reinstate her personal staff of 7 and give her a budget of $200,000 a month until the divorce is settled, pleading that she was a prisoner in her own home. Which is true in a sense. Jocelyne, who has no money to her name, has been given enough money to hire a chauffeur, 1 maid, and 1 all-purpose assistant, but has still been forbidden from using the kitchen between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9:30 p.m., except for a couple of hours at lunch. She's supposed to take her meals in the wet bar. I don't understand that. This seems incredibly petty, unless it was a way to restrict her from interacting with other members of the Wildenstein family, her brother and sister-in-law and their kids. I don't know. But their children are still allowed to have access, so could she get one of her children, Alec Jr. or Dion, to go get her a sandwich from the kitchen at, like 4 in the afternoon if she wanted? Very odd. Although, when you look at that property, right, taking meals in the wet bar is, it wasn't like she was eating in the guest bathroom, I'm sure their wet bar is nicer than most people's, kitchens, dining rooms, what have you. I am just on a tiny island, she said. I can't move. Well, that's because you've had too many injections in your face. The dogs get the same as me. And I'm sure her dogs ate better than most people's children. She had on a black cashmere jersey dress, a broad gold choker, and a gold belt shaped like a snake with eyes made of emeralds. I didn't want to bring up the divorce right away. Why? That's the only reason you're there, to talk about that, no? So I asked for a tour of the house. Ooh, good call. The Bonar room had a saffron-colored orchid on every table, a shade that matched the scalamandre brocade on the tufted settees and the wing chairs. The pattern in the curtains, smiling Chinamen, matched the gilded moldings. They have an antique parquet floor modeled after Versailles in the room, as well as in the blue room, with which Jocelyne is forbidden from using. The Italian greyhounds came out, Simba and Patou, the 2 of them that Jocelyne were allowed to bring back from Paris. Oh, there are 5 in the family, a mother and 4 children, skinny, wiry-haired, bundle-skinned dogs. Jocelyne let them sit in her lap. Well, how nice of her, and how cruel that they only allowed 2 of the 5 dogs, especially if they're actually blood related to one another. Dogs form a pack, they bond. It's one thing if you want to be cruel to the Catwoman, it's another if you want to be cruel to her dogs. That's just uncalled for. She still had photos of Alec out. On the sink in the guest bathroom, there was a small photo of Alec in Kenya 10 years ago. He is wearing red swim trunks, and with a rope he holds a 5-foot-long fish by its tail. Is a grouper, Jocelyne said. He caught it. I like everything exotic, Jocelyne said as we made our way to the private rooms. A stuffed leopard and a water buffalo's head hung in Jocelyne's boudoir. Oh, how odd. I don't think I would want a giant. I mean, I guess I could see the leopard. It's kind of, exotic and sexy, but a water buffalo head seems a bit menacing and creepy. A bit heavy for a boudoir. Jocelyne's bathroom had a glass wall above the tub, enclosing a floor-to-ceiling tank for May Moon, Jocelyne's monkey. A monkey tank in your bathroom. A monkey tank by your tub in your bathroom. Where's the monkey? He is stuck in Paris too, Jocelyne said. Oh, well, that's sad. Wait, May Moon and it's a he? Okay, well, I guess I'm being a bit sexist there. May Moon sounded to me like a lady monkey name, but what do I know? Alec had the bed taken from the bedroom, so Jocelyne sleeps on a mattress and box spring on the floor. This is all so petty and silly. She pointed out an Oudry painting of a dog. He looked like Simba, no? She asked. Likenesses of their 5 dogs had in fact been carved into the friezes in the fireplace. Oh, that's nice. There were chairs and an ottoman and a break front, all done in zebra skin by Carl Springer. Then we got to a Monet painting. It looked like the mother dog, she said. There's probably no one who would want his or her divorce chronicled by the press. Still, the attention has got to be especially unwelcome to the Wildensteins, who have always carried out their business and social affairs under extreme secrecy. Although the gallery has been based in New York since before World War II, in a building 2 doors from the townhouse. Oh, okay. I thought that they said that the gallery was in the townhouse. Okay, I must have read something incorrect in a different article. That actually makes much more sense. With outposts in London, Buenos Aires, and Tokyo, the Wildensteins still consider themselves French. Well, and why not? They are. While it is known that the Wildensteins, who deal in the work of old masters, chronologically this means everything from 14th century primitives up to and including Picasso, own far and away the richest and most important commercial gallery in the world. The full extent of what's in the storage room underneath the gallery, some 10,000 paintings, has never been ascertained. Every now and then, the Wildensteins sell a painting whose whereabouts were last accounted for 40 or 50 years ago, and the entire art world says, so that's where it was. So the art dealer Eugene Thaw says, Wildenstein is typically the first stop for any museum looking to purchase an old master painting. In fact, the Wildenstein holdings constitute a collection more valuable and important than all but those of the largest museums. They've been instrumental in building many collections. For Walter Annenberg, Norton Simon, and Florence Gould, a 1978 listing claimed that Wildenstein always holds a minimum of 20 Renoirs, 25 Courbets, 15 Pissarros, 10 Van Goghs, 10 Cézannes, 10 Gauguins, and 10 Corrots. On a good day, the inventory also has listed 2 Botticellis, 3 Velázquez's, 5 Tintorettos, 7 Watteaus, 8 Rembrandts, 8 Rubenses, 9 El Grecos, 79 Fragonards, and 400 Italian primitives. Over the years, the Wildensteins acquired such volume that they can afford to hoard what they've got for 50 years and wait out the right offer, says Hector Feliciano, the author of The Lost Museum, a recently published book about Nazi art theft during World War II. And boy, oh boy, would that book become a thorn in the side of the Wildensteins. It's funny that they mention this as hoarding, yet we never see an episode of Hoarders where they go to a billionaire holding, 10,000 works of art. If it's considered hoarding, why aren't they forced to deal with that? Send in those teams that make you have to look at everything and go, do you really need it? Do you really want it? And have to try to put it in the piles, and then they don't want to give up anything, and they have to start throwing things forcibly against the hoarder's will into the dumpster or whatever. And it becomes a whole thing. And then, somewhere under those 10,000 paintings, there are just like 5 dead cats. Flat, dead cats. That it's always in a hoarder home. There's always a flat, dead, used to be cat. Well, in this case, with Jocelyne, that takes on a very, very different meaning. Ooh. Okay. Well, anyway, let's get back to the article. The family fortune was estimated at $5 billion in 1991. The Wildensteins' holdings include, besides art and racehorses, real estate and Seibu, a chain of Japanese department stores. Alec and Jocelyne's living expenses, according to household ledgers, averaged $1 million a month, and that's in 90s money. Their circle does not revolve around any hub as ordinary as a shared hometown. It's a much larger playground than that, Jocelyne said. While they count as friends people like the Basses, clients, and the Davidves, fellow Franco-Jewish art collectors, the Wildensteins do not serve on many charity committees, and their names seldom appear in the society pages. They're a level above high society. The Queen of England is also a client, and at that time this would have been Queen Elizabeth II. And Prince Charles is the godfather to one of Guy's sons. Look at that. It must break Danielle's heart, says Sir John Aspinall, the British casino and zoo owner, who was a close friend of Alec's. He has very interesting friends, Sir John. That this sort of indiscretion is what the family would be known for. Oh, well, they're going to be known for what indiscretion? You mean the divorce? Because they're going to be known for a lot worse crimes, Sir John. Sir John Aspinall, who is no longer with us, but he actually entered the discussion on one of our previous streams where we were discussing the Goldsmith family, Aspinall being a close friend and a bit of a pivotal figure. There are an entire branch of the Goldsmith family would not exist if not for Sir John. But again, a discussion for another stream at another time. Okay, continuing with the article. Danielle, and I did not describe the photographs that we see here. Okay, so this gentleman on the bottom here, that should be the father of Alec Sr. and Danielle Wildenstein. That would be, I'm sorry, the father. This is Danielle, I think. Or no, this is Georges. I'm trying to find the caption. Yes, this is Georges, who is the father of Danielle Wildenstein. This is Danielle, and this is Alec. It goes Georges, the father, then Danielle, his son, and then Alec Sr., his son. And of course, there's Guy, who is his brother, and his son, and grandson of this guy, Georges. Okay, so that's the line of the Wildenstein men. Danielle, however, is not blameless in the matter of his son's indiscretion. If Alec isn't, at age 57, fully an adult, it's because he's been infantilized all these years by his father, who has tightly controlled his business life and finances, even while supporting his extravagant, hedonistic lifestyle. So Alec's passions seem those of a schoolboy, but on an unimaginably grand scale. Oh, he's got a lot of Funko Pops? Just kidding. If you collect them, I'm just teasing. He's a collector of the vivid, the exotic, the rare. Old Jogi, with its lakes and lava formations, became a present-day Happy Valley Club, and that is definitely a stream that I am planning on for the future. If you have seen the old, I think it was made in the 1980s movie White Mischief. Then you know about the Happy Valley set. I think there was a couple books written about it too. I can't remember if White Mischief was the name of the book that movie of the same name was based on, but excuse me. It's juicy, 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 and definitely a stream I have planned for sometime in the future. Jocelyne, a woman whose proudest boasts are of having a pilot's license and swimming with crocodiles, achieved through plastic surgery an image even more farouche. Alec says she wanted to look like a cat. And now there is Alec's Russian girlfriend, Yelena Yarakova, a brilliant and self-polished girl whose modeling career Alec set out to underwrite. Even as children growing up in New York, Alec and Guy, who is by 6 years the younger brother, inhabited another world, riding to the Lycée Français by limousine and rarely playing with fellow students. And now that's a level of snobbery that really goes above and beyond because, you know, students at the Lycée Français, let me see, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure that one, if not both of Jackie O's kids went to I thought Caroline went there. Maybe, yeah, I think JFK Jr. went to, where did he go to? Dalton? He went to school with David Duchovny. I can't remember. I'm blanking on which school. I want to say Dalton. That could be wrong. Anyway, yeah, but like not associating with your fellow students at Lycée Français is really just like, if you're going to be that snobby, just hire private tutors, really. It's pretty rude. Alec was known as a bully. Oh, color me surprised. I'm shocked. Guy was painfully shy. Aw. Then, as now, the boys were ruled by their father, who they liked to boast was a great ladies' man. They liked to boast that their own father was a great ladies' man. How did Mom feel about that? I'm getting shades of like French Kennedy family here. Okay, their mother, Martine Capferrer, was less of a presence in their lives. Throughout the 50s, Daniel Wildenstein was much more likely to be seen at El Morocco, the old nightclub, with his girlfriend, Zafia Tarzia, an impoverished Afghani princess. That's so exotic. It almost sounds like a lie, but I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying it sounds like a lie that someone would make up to cover like their background, like to make up something that sounds unverifiable but really cool and exotic. But there was an Afghan monarchy, so I'm not casting aspersions on Zafia Tarzia here, who I could not find anything more about, by the way. But perhaps I'll keep looking. Daniel liked to play his boys off of each other, Jocelyne said. Oh, that's terrible. He kept score all the time between the two sons. If he did something for Alec, the next time he'd do something for Guy, so they know he is in charge. Well, I guess if you do something for one son, doing something else for the other son could be just considered, you know, being fair. But it sounds like there's something more, you know, ominous here. He didn't go to Alec's wedding, so he'd go to Guy's. Wait, what? I'm confused. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay, it doesn't make sense to me. If Alec seems a little soft, it's because Danielle raised him with a protective hand. Although Danielle was a good boxer, he forbade Alec from participating in sports, even skiing. What? What? But you had an heir and a spare. I mean, you can at least go skiing. The British royal family does. Good, and they will abseil down a Welsh dam without helmets on. That's I've never heard of such a thing. That's the kind of coddling that one would expect from the mother, not the father. Not to be sexist, but it's just, you know, it is what it is. Okay. Guy was younger, and so by the time he was old enough to do sport, Danielle had eased up and allowed it, Jocelyne said. Neither boy was permitted to go to college. Permitted. Okay, that's not infantilization. This is crippling. This is beyond infantilization. If you want your child to run a business, usually getting an education is part of that. I know that working in the business, he probably wouldn't need it, but it would be a nice look to maybe go and get even an art history degree, right? It doesn't even have to be something as difficult as finance. Movie of the week in the chat says, this dude was raised like a veal. Yes, fed on milk and massaged daily, although who he was getting those massages from. Shades of Epstein. Anyway, I know it's terrible, and he was he grew up to be such a horrible, horrible adult. But I do feel sorry for young Alec. I do feel sorry for young Guy, but it's impossible for me to feel too sorry for the adult Alec. Just too awful. Okay, let's get back to the article. This is just sad. Sad, pathetic. Okay, so where did I leave off? Okay, here's where we get to the really sick stuff. Neither boy was permitted to go to college. Alec wanted to badly. Wow, he actually wanted to do something challenging and difficult. Hard work, maybe even. Or maybe he just wanted to go to college for like the partying. He'd heard about spring break and co-eds and decided, hey, I'll go. Okay. Danielle told him there was nothing he could learn that he would use in the business. You know, I'm starting to sense a trend here. They're not allowed to associate with their classmates at the Lycée Français. Not allowed to go to college. You're not associating with your peers. You're not developing social relationships. You're not learning how to mix and mingle with all kinds of people, which is a great thing to learn for anyone, but a salesman. Art dealing is salesmanship. So learning how to deal with all sorts of people, including, you know, people of those icky lower classes, like mere millionaires and whatnot. It's a helpful thing to do. And in keeping them away from anyone, I mean, think about it. If they're not allowed to interact with anyone that they meet outside of the family, the only people they are interacting with are family members and servants. And then what people you pay to do things for you. Now, what are we about to read? Keep that in mind. His father did seem to allow the boys to educate themselves in other ways. Alec says that he spent quite a bit of time with girls in the employ of Madame Claude, the legendary Parisian Madame. It made my youth, he says. Yes, and it undid his adulthood. Alec always had to ask his father for anything, Jocelyne said. When he wanted to buy a new car for Paris 2 years ago, Danielle said no. And Alec wouldn't go against his father. Okay, well, that's part of being a man, is learning to come into your own and handle things. And challenge daddy if you need to. Keep in mind, Jocelyne's saying a couple years ago, right? 2 years ago, Alec wanted to buy a car and daddy said no. He would have been a man in his 50s. He would have been a 55. Okay, it says if Alec isn't at age 57. So 2 years prior to this article, he would have been a 55-year-old man. Sorry, my mic popped there. 55-year-old man with allegedly a $100,000 salary, which, you know, that's not a crazy amount of money for a Wildenstein, but it's enough to buy a car. Maybe not the car he wanted, but I mean, $100,000, you can't scrape together a down payment on your own. He literally didn't even bank any cash for himself. But notice, he'll spend money on some things. He'll spend money on toys, human toys, animal toys, but he won't spend money to sock it away to have any freedom from daddy. Never wanted freedom from daddy. Interesting. Very interesting. Interesting psychology. He really liked to be the only one who knows everything, she continued, and I guess that's Jocelyne speaking of Danielle, her ex-father-in-law. He never teach Alec and Guy to learn any accounting, They only know how to look at the last number on the page. See? What a scared man. Daniel Wildenstein was a scared man, terrified of his own little boys growing up to become better businessmen than himself. Parents who cripple their children. Why? Scared. Why? That's the big question. Being in control, but you're leaving everything to your children. You want them tied to the... Many such cases, boy. I mean, it just comes up again and again. And as we continue with our French Dip Empire streams, as we move on to other topics, you're going to see this again and again and again in these families. Okay, continuing the article. Jocelyne was 31 when she first visited Old Jogi in 1977. She was the guest of her best friend, a woman named Claude Boche. Now, there's a different spelling down here. I don't know how to rectify this. I have done some research into the names that are going to be mentioned here, and I have had quite the difficulty trying to sort this out. I may have to do some more research, but anyway. Okay, so she was the guest of her best friend, a woman named Claude Boche, maybe, and the white hunter, Alain Muller. Just that year, the Wildensteins had bought Alec a 49% share of the ranch, a purchase he hoped would give him distance from his family, a continent of his own. The other half of the property belonged to, now here it says Breche or Breches, father-in-law. It's spelled differently, but presumably they're talking about this woman, Claude. Father-in-law, Henri Roussel, a friend of Alec's. Again, Henri Roussel, not a super distinctive name. However, I am assuming, and I could not find anything to confirm this specifically, I am assuming that Henri Roussel is of the Roussel family, as in, what is it, Roussel, I forget the U, the pharmaceutical company. If you've heard of RU 486, the R in RU 486 is Roussel, and if you are familiar with Christina Onassis and her daughter, Athena, sometimes her name is given as Onassis, sometimes it is given as Roussel, because her father was Thierry Roussel, a member of the French pharmaceutical Roussel family. So I'm assuming, although I can't say for certain, that the Henri Roussel, who was co-owner of the Kenya Ranch with Alec Wildenstein, was of that family. That's who that is. Oh, Movie of the Week in the chat says, he really seems threatened by his sons, but why? Isn't the whole point to set them up to be even better than you? Now, Movie of the Week, you mentioned a good point, and I can't explain this myself. I am not a father. I am not a man. I don't have sons. I'm not the father of two sons. So I can't explain it on their behalf, the fathers. But it seems as though it is the pull between two conflicting impulses. On the one hand, the impulse to have your dynasty, have your sons, have them carry on the family tradition, the family name, follow in your footsteps, yada, yada. And then another impulse, which is, I can't give up the power. I can't be challenged. I must be number one forever. And that ego, that narcissism, that fear, that cowardice works against, the desire to have the sons succeed, do well, and follow in his footsteps. And just as there are fathers who insist that their sons do exactly what the fathers did to become, that person, right? Do what I did. Go to the school that I went to. Do the hobbies that I do, and you will become exactly like me, even if your personality is not like mine, and blah, blah. There's also another school of thought, which is the father that is tough and difficult and although Daniel Wildenstein was a nepobaby himself, he inherited the business and the money. He didn't, fight his way to the top. But it said he was, a boxer, right? Sometimes the capable father will raise incapable sons, whether that is from, an unconscious desire to, cripple the sons so that they can't take you down like what Zeus did to his father, right, in Greek mythology. Or is it a desire that, I had to come up this way. I want my son to be refined. I want him to be part of, a sort of, have an attitude that I didn't. So some fathers who make it, maybe they didn't have a good education, so they want their son to have that good education. Maybe they didn't learn all of the, etiquette and the refinement that would, be appropriate to the station that their wealth has allowed them to participate in. But, the son must be this. And then sometimes a rough and tumble, but, hard charging and successful father can create a, kind of effete, milk toasty son, because they want them to be like, their image of the upper crust, that kind of almost Britishy, like, ooh, wussy kind of, soft hands, no calluses on your hands, don't know a hard day's work. So, there are different attitudes, but in this case, to play armchair psychologist, I would have to say, yes, movie of the week in the chat says the Kronos is strong with this one. Yes, eating your own young so that they cannot challenge you and take you down. Not that the sons obviously would have, but these are things that operate so low down in the mentalities of the people who are doing it, that if they even had an inkling that this is what they were doing, I mean, I don't think it would change their behaviors at all. But these are people who live without self-reflection. Because if they did reflect on themselves, would they come to an understanding that what they're doing is wrong? Perhaps, but then they couldn't do it. So, I guess that's the denial mechanism. I guess that's the, your unconscious or subconscious, your angels and demons fighting underneath the surface. And these people spend so much time, doing their power thing, acquiring money, utilizing their power, doing their business and their, extracurriculars, that they don't spend a lot of time thinking about this. And of course, when something goes wrong, it's usually someone else's fault, right? So that's my best explanation for that. But, I think you would have to ask the men themselves what their problem is. Why don't you love your sons? I can't tell you. Short answer, they don't love themselves. But anyway, enough with the woo. Let's get back to the article. Okay, Jocelyne was, no, I said that already. Okay, the Roussells, that's where we left off. My initial conversation with Alec was no conversation at all, Jocelyne said. It was a 5 a.m. lion hunt, and we were in the blind, all camouflaged and waiting in the bushes, not allowed to talk. That night, he asked her to ride motorcycles up one of the mountains on the estate, to a promontory they called the top of the world. That was our premier baiser, first kiss. So she kissed a man that she hadn't spoken to. I also thought baiser could mean something else in French, but we'll move on. She was born Jocelyne Périssé and grew up in Lausanne. Her father sold sporting goods in a department store. Okay, we'd heard that he was a clothier. Now it's sporting goods. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, that's fine. Honestly, at this point, working the sporting goods section in a department store sounds a lot nicer than being an art dealer. At 17, Jocelyne began dating Cyril Piguet, a Swiss movie producer. And 2 years later, they moved to Paris together. Okay, we've heard this one before. Oh, and in case you're wondering, the man in the photograph here is Alec's brother, Guy. You might notice the resemblance, but he's a little less froggy, puggy, owly than his older brother, in my opinion. My life changed then, she said. Lausanne is very plain, but I began meeting exciting, glamorous people. Switzerland is plain. That's funny. Before I met Alec, I'd already flown in a private jet. Adnan Khashoggi's jet is bigger than Alec's. Are we really talking about jets here, Jocelyne? Sometimes a jet is just a jet, like a cigar is just a cigar. In case you have come in late on the stream, if you are not familiar with Adnan Khashoggi, I will redirect you. Oh, wrong tab here. 1 second. I will direct you back to this headline on his obituary. He was an arms dealer, and it seems as though he dealt in some other things as well. Anyway, back to the article. Okay, Adnan Khashoggi's jet is bigger than Alec's. It have a bedroom and a bathroom and a bidet. I like the addition of the bidet. The bidet is not in the bathroom. I mean, bedroom, bathroom, bidet. I might have thought that the bidet was in the bathroom, but okay. She has always considered herself active, but never thought of pursuing a career. Some might say she did have a career, but okay. I have different talent, she said. I never worry for my career. I am very good at decoration. I am maybe extremely good at decoration. I always find at the right time what I can do. Sure. She had also fallen in love with Africa before the trip to Old Jogi. Africa is a paradise, she said. You meet people who look at life differently. They love the adventure. You never expect you find a person like that in the city. Alec didn't share Jocelyne's interest in rock climbing or water skiing down the Zambezi Rapids. He would have drowned. He swam with the kids at the pool. Well, it's not his fault he wasn't allowed to do anything athletic. Still, he was a good sport. Aw, well, that's kind of mean. He was no sport at all, we know. What we both had in common was our love for Africa, wild things. Alec's view of what first drew them together is somewhat different, but it also has to do with animals. We had both lost dogs recently, he says. German short-haired pointers. Beyond that, it was just something physical. Okay, I can believe that. When she returned from Old Jogi, she immediately found herself missing Alec, now home in New York. At the time, Jocelyne was living in Paris with a boyfriend, the filmmaker Sergio Gobi. Alec couldn't call me, and he couldn't write me, Jocelyne said. On her first Tuesday back, she headed to Carita, her hair salon. It was her routine to spend every Tuesday, all day, at Carita. All day. All day. I don't think a Sasquatch would need to spend all day at a hair salon. Ugh, I'd get bored. But anyway, when she arrived, the entire store was full of white orchids Alec had sent. Thousands of them. So big you couldn't even get through the door. How weird. It was and then do you have to have them hauled home from the store? Or the hair salon, and are the hairdressers all annoyed? What about the other clients? What are they doing? Okay, it's these stories. I always think like, what? I mean, it sounds romantic, but when you really think about it, it just sounds odd. And then orchids are difficult to keep. They're not the easiest things. And then once the flowers die, it's just kind of fit looking. Well, anyway. Okay, continuing. It was a brief courtship. As soon as I met him, I knew, that he was loaded, Jocelyne said. Sometimes you speak with the eyes. At dinner one night at Pied de Cochon in Paris. Pig's foot, Alec said. I want you to be my wife. He didn't ask me. He told me, Jocelyne recalled. I was not about to argue with that. The news of his oldest son's engagement did not please Danielle Wildenstein, and he wanted no part in the marriage. Mainly, Danielle was upset because he didn't want his son to get married with anyone. Period. ha. Now we add some more, questionable fuel to the fire here of what in the world was going on in Daniel Wildenstein's mind with his choice of how he raised his sons. This is just bizarre. Said Jocelyne, he just wanted his sons for him. Weird. They held a wedding in Las Vegas. Again, my public service announcement, don't get married in Vegas, it's bad news. On April 30, 1978, in a suite at the Hilton, not even at the little white chapel or whatever it's called, the one that celebrities tend to get married in, just Alec and Jocelyne and his friend Adolf Schumann, the San Francisco entrepreneur, and as their witness. They were married by a rabbi, and Jocelyne signed the ketubah. Alec really wanted me to convert. And that's, I may be pronouncing it incorrectly, but that's the Jewish wedding contract. Alec really want me to convert, she said. I would have if he had ever practiced any Judaism himself, but he never did. They quickly had 2 children, Dion and Alec Jr., who are now 18 and 17, respectively, keeping in mind this is an article from the end of 1997. Evenings were spent at home with the family, each week of dinners by the pool being given over to a different theme, such as tigers or gazelles, with new china and silverware and centerpieces to match. What fun! The pool is inlaid with tiles depicting dolphins and other aquatic animals. Oh, that kind of sounds nice. Kind of like, what is that? Like, was it Pompeii? Or where do they have those old frescoes and whatnot? It reminds me of ancient Greek or Roman frescoes. The room has a vaulted ceiling painted and lit to resemble the solar system, and wall-sized fish tanks stocked with sand sharks, spotted eels, and neon tetras. You think you're in Bora Bora, in the middle of the water, Jocelyne said. You are not in New York when you are there. But the point of being in New York is to be in New York. You have billions. If you want to go to Bora Bora, you can go there. You can have a home there. I would think that's the move. I mean, when you're in New York, be in New York. Come on. Okay, continuing. Beginning in 1985, when the Wildensteins bought out Roussel for full ownership of Old Jogey, Jocelyne began to pour her energy into the ranch, orchestrating the renovation of the main residence. She also took charge of the family's refurbishment of the castle at Igny, originally a bar mitzvah present from Monsieur Georges to Monsieur Daniel, so from Alec's grandfather to his father, which had been in disrepair and uninhabited for 13 years. See, this is the problem with wealthy hoarders. You just let everything go to heck. That's a sin. If you have something, you should take care of it. And if you have something beautiful and nice, then you should take care of it even more so, right? You should try really, really hard. And they have the means. That's just disgusting. At Old Jogey, she hired the architect John Kavanagh after interviewing dozens because he had written his thesis on Gaudi. I didn't want one straight line in Africa, she says. Well, that's interesting. And, well, we looked at Old Jogey, and if you weren't here to see that, here are some photographs of the resort, and it's lovely. And if this is Jocelyne's doing, well, there are straight lines, I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter. Wait, I missed the pattern in the floor. Oh, look at that. That's really gorgeous. Okay. Look, nice. Lovely. They did a good job. Look at that geode fireplace. It's amazing. Okay, back to the article. That's Old Jogey in Kenya. She was in charge of the maintenance of the 400 kilometers of roads on the property, as well as the installation of several swimming pools, 55 man-made lakes, and a wildlife preserve that employs an overseer, a general manager and his 4 assistants, a game warden, an animal trainer, a safari leader, and a veterinarian with his own private clinic on the grounds. Oh, that's nice. Old Jogey is the only ranch in the world with a modulated game reserve. We let some of the animals out periodically when that animal's population shifts the balance, Jocelyne explained. So if there are too many giraffes, we let 100 of them run free. The ranch is stocked with giraffes, bison, leopards, lions, and white rhinos, which are not indigenous to Kenya. The Wildensteins brought them up from South Africa. Okay, I don't know if you should do that, but if it's the only way you can keep them alive, then okay. Its concealed electric fences, straight out of Jurassic Park, are there so that the animals do not have the impression that they are caged, Jocelyne said. Well, okay, except for the one with the glass cave. Okay, and the monkey in New York with the glass cage, but okay, whatever. Talking to Jocelyne, it is easy to see how dear old Jogi is to her. She got considerably more animated describing the infrastructure of the animal reserve than when I asked about her $10 million worth of jewelry or a $350,000 Chanel dress she bought for a New Year's Eve party. And ironically, she died on a New Year's Eve. The only time she came alive talking about anything wearable was when I happened to compliment a necklace she had on. It was made of elephant hair, and she designed it herself. Now, there you go. That's how we could be remembering Jocelyne Wildenstein. We could be remembering her as the woman who restored the French chateau and the woman who does a bang-up job of managing the ranch in Kenya. She could have been just, looking like this lady. Sorry, not this one. Just a bit older. And she could have, why didn't she live in Africa? I don't understand. It sounds like she was doing a great job being the stewardess of the ranch. And wouldn't that be a wonderful way of remembering her? Well, we can remember that she did do it, and it is lovely. Okay. So, continuing. Just before they were married, when they were still in their 30s, Alec and Jocelyne had already started to worry about looking old. Alec hates old people. Oh, we've heard this before. Jocelyne told me. So it was that the newlyweds paid a visit to Dr. Richard Coburn, a celebrity plastic surgeon. Ooh, that's a dubious distinction. They both had their eyes lifted. Between Coburn, and now I'm just thinking of someone putting their eyes farther up on their forehead and how creepy that would look. I put mine up on stalks far above my forehead, far above the top of my skull, like a couple of dealy boppers. It makes my vision really awkward, but looks cool, doesn't it? Okay. Between Coburn and Dr. Norman Orentreich, the family's choice for liposuction. There you go. The family's choice for liposuction. Well, the family that lipos together, but they didn't stay together. Never mind. Away went Jocelyne's delicate milkmaid-like features, though Coburn won't take full credit. She did something with her hair, Coburn says, and it changed her whole look. Oh, nonsense. I'm tired of that. Every time a movie star or someone like that, some kind of celebrity, entertainment celebrity, gets some kind of face work done, they change their hair. And then the articles are, oh, look at the weird thing they did with their hair. And I go, oh yeah, look at their hair. But their face looks different and that's not their hair. Yes. If you ever have something going on with your face, just get a new hairstyle. And apparently that's the cover for it. 1 second. Okay, back to the article. Where did I leave off? Yes, change your hair and no one will notice that you had facial work done. Okay, many of the Wildensteins have visited Coburn and Orentreich, Jocelyne told me. Many. And having seen a photograph, and I think I mentioned this before, of Danielle Wildenstein's second wife, Sylvia. And here I will take one quick moment to pull that up. I will do that over here. And I will show you. She was no stranger to the plastic surgeon's office. Here, let me show. Okay, so this is the late Sylvia Wildenstein, And I don't know if it's there are also pictures of Jocelyne in here, but I don't know if you could tell. I mean, look at the profile. Open. Look at that profile. I mean, if I did not know better, I might think that is Jocelyne with just a very, very different styling, with much, much different hair, a different wig, but that profile is kind of odd. So, I mean, unnatural, there's a definite uncanny valley feeling that one gets. Here, open image. There you go. See? That's not, that's not the face she was born with, clearly. So that's Sylvia. And we're going to discuss Sylvia and her relationship. She's had a contentious relationship of her own with her family, did. As I said, she's no longer with us either. But, and here, we're going to be reading this article on a future stream. I think the next stream after this one in the Wildenstein series is going to cover this one. So more photographs for you to enjoy of Jocelyne. So, okay, back to our article, our 1997 article from New York Magazine. Let's see, where did I leave off? Okay. Many of the Wildensteins have visited Coburn and Orentreich, the plastic surgeons, Jocelyne told me. She said that simply to satisfy her curiosity, she recently made a list of all the cosmetic operations that have been performed on each member of the Wildenstein family. What a list. That's weird. I am not in the big number as far as operations, she said. Oh, really? She was hardly defensive. She considered it part of her regular health regimen. Part of her regular health regimen. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And other than the tightening up, my appearance never changed, she said. My clothes. I am still the same size when I am 16 years old. You like to stay young, to stay healthy. I do a lot of water skiing with my son. This is a woman who's, what did we say, 50 or so at this time? Who has had 2 children and is bragging about being the size she was when she was 16 years old. That couldn't possibly be healthy. She said this was different from having liposuction to stay thin. And I never touched my nose. Okay. Alec admits to a few liposuctions, but he says Jocelyne's plastic surgery was out of control. She was obsessed with her looks, he says, constantly remodeling, like you remodel an apartment. When she was not doing that, she was trying to build crazy things, beautiful things maybe, but crazy. For example, on the bank of a pool at Old Jogi, 2 tigers are living in a bulletproof glass cave. There you go. That's weird. Movie of the week in the chat says, has surgery to make herself literally look like a cat. Quote, my appearance has never changed. No, she's saying that she always looked like a cat. She's just tightening up to, erase the aging, the signs of aging. That's all. She's just trying to keep it where it was at. Okay. Around 5 years ago, Jocelyne said, Alec began to imagine that his own death was imminent. He got very depressed. Even after the first liposuction, when he looked good, he was obsessed. He became a vegetarian. All this happened when he got the idea somehow that there was no way he was going to outlive his father. He very badly wants to outlive his father. Well, first of all, that's not a difficult ambition. I think generally speaking, most children outlive their parents. But the idea that the aging man, okay, so around 5 years ago, so that would have been, I guess, he would have been in his early 50s and, having, I guess, a form of a midlife crisis. But he has a father who never wanted his sons to really do much of anything. And then he's fearing that he will predecease his father, the smothering, controlling father. But what does he do? He becomes vegetarian. He doesn't try to strike out on his own, start a business, I don't know, marry a woman of his own choosing, not in Las Vegas. Well, anyway, okay, continuing. It isn't difficult to see the 4 art-dealing generations of Wildensteins as a textbook example of Thomas Mann's Buddenbrooks model of a family ethic in decline. So now we are entering the section of this article that is going to go into the history of the Wildenstein family. And, I have streamed a little bit longer than I was planning on, but I don't want to leave off in the middle of this article. I don't want to leave us hanging. So I'm going to take a quick little break. I'm going to look at the article and sum things up. We are almost at 3.5 hours. And, movie of the week in the chat says, he won't outlive someone decades older than him. Guy is nuts. No, it's not Guy we're talking about. We're talking about Alec. Guy is his brother. But yes, Alec Sr. Was concerned he would not outlive his father, Daniel. And as I said, because of his father being so smothering, you can probably imagine how that might have come up in his, not just a regular fear of aging and death that any individual might have as they, progress from middle age into, their senior years, as I guess he was looking ahead toward. But anyway, as I said, we're almost at... I'm sorry, you meant the generic guy, not Guy. Well, it's confusing. I can't hear accents in text, obviously. So anyway, as I said, I'm going to take a quick break. We are almost at 3.5 hours. This is Friendship Empire. I am the Empress, and we are doing part 1 of remembering the Catwoman, Jocelyne Wildenstein, the first in a series on the Wildenstein family. So I'm going to take a very, very quick break and then come back, and I think we're going to finish off this article, unless I'm going to double check. I don't think it's extremely, extremely long, but if it is extremely long, I may save this for part 2, but I think we can finish it up fairly quickly. So going on a very quick break, and I will be back in just a few minutes. And if you're enjoying the stream, please hit the like button and go ahead and subscribe. And for more on the Wildensteins and others. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. This is French Dip Empire, and I am the Empress. And there is not that much more left to this article from New York Magazine. So I think we can just bang it out, and then that will be the end of today's stream. And I think part 2 I will be able to do tomorrow. So... and I may very well do that. So right now, we're getting back into this article about Jocelyne Wildenstein, who, the Catwoman, Wildenstein, of course, Frankenstein, Wildenstein, Jocelyne Wildenstein, remembering the Catwoman, the rather notorious, here, let me bring it on screen. You may remember her as the Catwoman. You may remember her as the Bride of Wildenstein, but we are remembering her in life as she was, because she has left us and life on New Year's Eve Day 2024. An icon was lost. So we are remembering her life by reading the articles which defined her life in the tabloids, in the media, in the public. And right now, we are reading this, we are in the middle of reading this New York Magazine article from December 1997. And at this point in the article, they're going to give a little bit more background to the Wildenstein family, their business, and I think it may even mention some, yes, it's going to mention a little bit of their, what do we want to call it? A bit of a checkered background, how they obtained a lot of the art that they are known for having. So here we go. It isn't difficult to see the 4 art-dealing generations of Wildensteins as a textbook example of Thomas Mann's Buddenbrooks model of a family ethic in decline. The benevolent Nathan Wildenstein, who founded the gallery in Paris in 1875, was not considered particularly sophisticated, but he built a successful dealership by popularizing 18th century art during a moment in French culture when the bourgeoisie had developed a taste for the high middlebrow world described in the novels of the Goncourt brothers. Nathan's son Georges, who published the influential La Gazette des Beaux-Arts, was the family genius, known for his eye. Georges' son, Daniel, lacked his father's ability to judge a work, but Daniel was a ruthlessly competitive businessman who made a dynasty of the gallery. Alec and Guy Wildenstein, by all accounts, have not measured up to their legacy. Well, isn't that the traditional, the first generation builds it, the second generation maintains it, and then the third generation loses it? Well, here we go. Putting the truth to that, right? Alec and Guy, yes, have not measured up to their legacy. Veterans of the art market find it difficult to take Alec or Guy seriously as dealers. I only knew them as the sons who lived this very Proustian lifestyle. An art historian who worked as a conservator at the Wildenstein Gallery in the 70s told me. They were great playboys. They used to have parties above my office. I'd come into work in the morning and they'd still be going on. I don't know. Maybe this is what happens when you take your children to Madame Claude instead of university. Nowadays, the newspaper that sits on a table in the gallery foyer every day is likely to be the Racing Daily. Well, they do own race horses. Fellow dealers describe Alec as spacey and bored. The generations are petering out as far as talent goes, says the dealer Eugene Thaw. The sons don't have the same flair for the art business that Danielle does. They're spending their money, but they're not bringing anything in. Among art dealers, however, Monsieur Danielle is not exactly seen as a role model. Danielle Wildenstein is one of those men who get more of a kick out of pulling off a business coup in a louche way than in doing it in the normal way, a salesman at a European auction house says. He likes a mob flavor to things. That's weird. Under his watch, the gallery was sued for wiretapping the telephones of the Knoedler Gallery in 1955 and for withholding taxes in the 70s. Currently, the gallery is being sued for fraud by a novice collector in California named Gilbert Michaels, who says the Wildensteins surreptitiously paid Larry Ross, an, quote, art agent, unquote, to offer to obtain paintings from Wildenstein at below market prices. Michaels was persuaded by Alec to buy 4 paintings, 2 by Renoir for $2.54 million. Soon after, Michaels had the paintings appraised at Sotheby's and Christie's, the famed auction houses, of course, and was told he had overpaid by well over $1 million. Recently, new light has been shed on just how the Wildensteins amassed parts of their vast collection. And on future streams, we are going to go more into the Wildenstein men and the art controversies that have come up. Okay. A long classified OSS document, and of course that's the OSS being the precursor to the CIA, written in 1945 by the art historian Douglas Cooper and unearthed by a writer for Spy Magazine. Yeah, that was a great publication. Named Jonathan Napak, provides an account of how Monsieur Georges collaborated with Nazi officials in their looting of art owned by Jewish families and even profited from the arrangement. Oops, that's bad. Having reviewed original Nazi correspondence, files, and receipts, and having spent hours interviewing some of the persons most closely concerned, particularly Karl Haberstock, who was Adolf Hitler's personal curator, Cooper concluded that Monsieur Georges and Haberstock, along with the Wildenstein employee Roger Decoy, held 4 days of clandestine meetings at the Hôtel du Roi in Aix-en-Provence in November 1940. Wildenstein, according to the document, proposed to sell Haberstock, who was shopping for Hitler, and Hermann Goering artworks from the gallery, and instructed Decoy to make it his business to discover important collections or single works of art in France which the Germans would be interested in acquiring. Oh, good Lord, that sounds almost like a seek and destroy mission. Okay. Alain Vernet, the grandson of Adolphe Schloss, another great family of Jewish collectors in France, is quoted in the Lost Museum saying that Georges visited his family and offered the Schlosses honorary Aryan citizenship in exchange for their entire collection. Keeping in mind that if you approach a Jewish family and offer them Aryan citizenship in the Nazi Reich, it's almost like, threatening someone's life because, obviously there could be an unaliving situation. So if you're saying, hey, give me your art and I'll let you get a pass, if you turn down the offer, is that just like, oh, okay, no big whoop, and he walks away? Or is it, I'll inform on you, or, that sort of thing? I'm not sure. I guess we will find out when we read more about it on a future stream. Okay, continuing the article. Haberstock. Haberstock, in return, agreed to sell to Georges impressionist paintings the Nazis had acquired, most likely through confiscation. Oh, well, surely. In addition, the Nazis refrained from seizing the Wildenstein collection and instead gave Decroix the authority to carry on the business of the gallery while Georges fled to New York. The United States Treasury Department intercepted letters from Georges in New York to Decroix's father-in-law in the south of France, in which the dealer gave Decroix instructions. These issues surfaced again late in February of this year, when the Wildenstein Gallery began trying aggressively to sell a group of 8 illuminated medieval manuscripts to Sam Fogg, a book dealer in London. Fogg knew of the manuscripts and wanted to purchase one, a Flemish book long considered missing, The Hours of Jean de Carpentin. He settled with the Wildensteins on a price. A conservative estimate for all 8 of the prayer books is upwards of $5 million. And of course, $5 million in 1997, 1998 dollars. Oh, and here's another photograph of Jocelyne. And, and there's Linda Evangelista in the background. One of the greatest supermodels of all time. And also Jocelyne Wildenstein. That really gives you a sense of how odd-shaped her head became. Just a very odd profile. The original Jocelyne over here, or one of the original Jocelynes over here, and then one of the later Jocelynes. And that was not even her final incarnation, as we found out. Not even close. Okay. The prayer books had once been the property of the Kahn family, Parisian Jews who, prior to World War II, had amassed one of the great private collections in France. Alphonse Kahn's collection had been seized by Nazis in 1941. The French government returned most of his paintings to him after the war, but as he had fled to America and kept no inventory, more than 100 works never made it back to him. Bruh, you didn't even have receipts? Come on now. And let that be a note to everyone, whether you have millions of dollars worth of, art and other things, or whether you're just a regular human being. Keep track of the things that you have for insurance purposes. It's always a good idea. Okay, in late 1996, Francis Warin, Kahn's great-nephew, or maybe it's Varin, I'm not sure. I've heard it pronounced Warin. I did look it up. Had, for a few months, been trying to track down his family's art and obtained from the French Foreign Ministry records that last placed the manuscripts with the Wildensteins. He wrote several letters demanding the return of the books. It was soon after this that the gallery tried to sell off the works. In other words, the Wildensteins put the manuscripts on the market only when Varin went in pursuit of them. The Wildenstein Gallery first claimed that they'd been bought from Alphonse Kahn before the Second World War. Later, the story was that the gallery bought 3 of them from a distant cousin of Kahn's in 1909, but Nazi documentation, corroborated by markings on the manuscripts, shows that all 8 works were taken from the home of Alphonse Kahn in 1941. In September, when the news of Varin and the Kahn manuscripts reached the New York Times, Danielle Wildenstein said of Varin's claim, "It's an absolutely crazy thing, 100 years after an object was bought, to come with a claim without any paper whatsoever. They claim it 50 years later? They had no claim for 50 years? I tell you something. If tomorrow someone steals a picture from me, I make a declaration to the police that it's stolen. After 30 years, the man who stole it owns it." Oh, Finders 30 years keepers. I get it. There are those who believe the dealership is entering a difficult period. The rise of the auction house and the fact that half of what Wildenstein sells, it sells to museums, which, unlike galleries, seldom replenish the system by reselling their purchases, mean Wildenstein is not as active, nor the dynasty it once was, in the words of a fellow old masters dealer. There also seems to be a declining interest in the 18th and 19th century art that Wildenstein sells. In 1993, to combat these forces, the Wildenstein Gallery paid a reported $40 million to the, and now, to the, we will wait until I can reach page 109. 1 second. To the what? Where are we? Okay, here we are. 109. Pace Gallery, yes. I was wondering when this was coming up. The most influential modern art dealership forming Pace Wildenstein, a joint venture of which Wildenstein owns 49%. While the deal gives Wildenstein a hand in the market that seems to have staying power, Pace Wildenstein's efforts to expand have yielded mediocre results. A planned branch in London never opened, and the Los Angeles Gallery, established in 1995, is said to be struggling. Yelena Yarakova appeared in New York in February of this year, a Russian girl of 20, hard-eyed. Oh, but aren't they all? Blonde, pretty much flawless. That's debatable. 5'10". Ooh, tall. At the time, she spoke almost no English, and, she is fond of telling people, had never until recently eaten fresh fruit or vegetables in her life. Okay. She grew up in the province of Sakhalin, a remote island off the eastern coast of Russia. Her mother is a school teacher. When she was around 14 or 15, she made her way to Moscow. That's not good. That's not good. That means 5 to 6 years of learning hard life lessons. Within the last year, she made her way to New York, where she became the acquaintance of Gatto Cardini, an Italian businessman now living in Manhattan. Gatto is a very interesting fellow. We'll take a look at him in a second. A little bit more about Gatto Cardini, but let's read this. Okay. Cardini is a very social, if mysterious, man about town who makes a living selling Gulfstream planes to private citizens, including Alec Wildenstein. He counts among his friends Placido Domingo and Gianni Agnelli. Of course, Placido Domingo, the singer, and Agnelli, the former head of Fiat. And at lunchtime, most days, he can be found at either Harry's Bar, Cipriani, or Sophia's, usually in the presence of rich or beautiful young ladies. For example, the cousin of the former Shah of Iran, the daughter of Devi Sukarno. Sukarno was, Devi is the ex-wife? I can't remember. Former wife of the Indonesian, whatever he was, prime minister, president, I can't remember what they have, but who was named Sukarno. And a number of Russian models. I'm surprised models isn't in quotes, because it feels like it should be. He's known to set up his single friends with young women. Oh, there's a word for that. I think it's called procuring. I think there also might be a law against it, but, don't hold me to that. I'm just thinking, I'm just spitballing. I'm just thinking about Adnan Khashoggi and that headline. Someone gave me the name of a man, a banker who's known Alec from the time the two were young bachelors in New York. He said he too had been set up with Yelena, courtesy of Gatto Cardini, just a few months before Alec met her. He told me, "One night I happened to walk into Champagne that place with the piano bar adjacent to La Côte Basque, and there's Gatto. And of course, he knew everybody in the room. Yeah, I bet. Anyway, Gatto says, "There's a Russian girl here I think you'll really get on well with." And it was Yelena. So we talked, and I called her up, and we went on one date. A handful of dates, I guess. Yeah, I feel like dates should be in quotes. She was very sweet and charming, but at the time she didn't speak much English. She ended up going out with another friend of mine, a top lawyer in town who's younger than I am. Interesting that he mentioned that, yeah? I don't think she cares about age, do you? He also met her through Cardini. People get passed around in New York. That wasn't my comment. That was the man himself saying that. I guess I would qualify that as some people get passed around in New York. Not all. Not all. Not by a long shot. But some do. Certain kinds of people. Friends of both Yelena and Cardini say Cardini introduced Yelena to Alec, though both Alec and Cardini say Cardini was merely present at the party. That's one way of introducing people. Invite them both to a party. One friend of Alec says he flipped over this girl immediately. He took her on a vacation a number of times. He bought her a Mercedes convertible. In June, according to INS records, Alec paid $15,000 in processing fees for an H-1 visa for Yelena. Is H-1 a work visa? So if you pay for someone's work visa, would you be their employer, or can anyone pay for a visa for someone? Just, like a friend, just helping? Like, could you pay for an H-1 visa for your best friend or a relative, like a cousin? And if they're your employee, depending on the work they're doing, if it wasn't legal work, would that be, I don't know, human trafficking? Again, I'm just thinking, I'm just spitballing. But I guess you can do friends favors, paid favors. Sure. One friend of Alec's. Okay, this is a chilling paragraph, by the way. Watch the turn. Note the turn. One friend of Alec's likened Yelena to, quote, an untamed animal, unquote, which, given what I'd found out about Jocelyne and Alec's life together, made sense. Alec's friend, John Aspinall, says that in recent years, Alec's awe of wild animals dampened his interest in hunting and is making a conservationist of him. The more he learned about their adaptability to terrain, he realized he could derive more pleasure from them by owning and observing them than if they were merely dead trophies. Recall that the paragraph began by talking about Yelena, the young woman, and describing her as an animal. And then it just goes into this discussion about not wanting to hunt and kill animals for trophies, but wanting to keep them, to observe them as a living trophy. Yuck. That's disgusting. Okay, so since Cardini's name has stopped, I wanted to go back and take a look at who is Gatto Cardini. He's quite a man, not so much man about town, he's a man about the world. And he has a lot of, here, let me find it. Okay, connections. Now, okay, I really didn't want to have to go on so long, but this is fascinating, and we're almost done. So, as far as I can tell, this is Gatto's website, at least one of. I don't know if he has more than one. And hello, Jocelyne. So, Bahrain is a paradise for investments and pleasures. Okay, cool. Keep in mind, this is the landing page. This is the .com. This is the top level, right? Okay, cool. Is he an investment manager? Is he seeking investments? Investments in what? Real estate? What? Well, maybe we'll find out. Okay. Gatto Cardini on the left, and the king of Bahrain, Hamad bin Isa al Khalifa. Well, the king of Bahrain, that's no small potatoes, right? Yes. Okay. Promote and invest in Bahrain together with international investors from worldwide. Well, that doesn't sound like proper English, but sure, I get what he means. Now, I'm going to scroll down. Here is an embedded article about Gado, obviously a much younger Gado than we see up here. By the hair, you can tell. We'll take a look at this. It's very quick. However, first we're going to look at the, I honestly do not recognize this. Is this a flag? Okay. You'll notice that there are just some snapshots on here. I'm scrolling quickly. We will go back and take a little bit of a better look. A lot of these photographs have men wearing, traditional sort of Middle Eastern garb. I forget what that's called. Long white shirt dress kind of thing, and then the, headdress. So we see a lot of that. Makes sense. Bahrain makes sense. Yes. Okay, then there are some other people, and you might see some blonde ladies. Sure, ladies, yeah, okay. Now, this picture's weird. These people look like they're refugees. They don't look happy. I don't know what's going on here. It looks like two people, I don't know if they're wearing coats. It almost looks like, I think they're wearing coats, but it almost looks like they're bundled together in a towel. A blanket. It's odd. Okay. Let's look at some of these other photos. I will make them larger so you can actually see who is in the photo. Okay, open, where is it? Image. There we go. Hey, look! That's Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. They're friends with Gatto Cardini. Cool. Okay. Check out this guy. It's a really bad photograph, but it's grainy, but if you look closely, hey, that's Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. Who's he? He's the ruler of Dubai, the vice president and prime minister of the United Arab Emirates. He used to be married to one of King Hussein of Jordan's daughters, but they got divorced, and she had not pleasant things to say about him. I have to say, it was an odd marriage to begin with. One of many, as you can see. Check that out. Wives and children. I'm still scrolling. Look at all of them. Okay, anyway. So, Gatto Cardini is a well-connected man, and he knows people in very, very, very high places. So, that's Gatto. Although, my favorite picture here is this one. I have no idea what's going on here, but it looks like fun, doesn't it? Doesn't look like Dubai, but okay. Looks fun. All right. So, Gatto Cardini. Now, I'm going to go up. And he is a legitimate, aristocratic Italian-y. I've seen he's been called a count in Europe. Sometimes Italians and French get called counts, whether they are or they're not, whether they're entitled to the title or not. He may very well be. I haven't really checked up on it specifically, the title. However, he is well connected, and there's actually another, he has a connection to a very interesting lawsuit that made the papers a little while ago because it involved one of his relatives, an aristocratic Italian, an Italian princess, and an aristocratic Brit, and that was a good scandal. But that's a stream for another time, a story and a stream for another time. But to give you an idea who Gatto Cardini is, and again, I don't want to go off on this for too long, but I think it is a little bit of a key, a key to understanding what's really going on here with this Wildenstein situation, not as far as the art is concerned, as the personal life stuff is concerned. So let's just read this text that's on. Now, keep in mind, this appears to be a website to promote this man as a businessman and investing in Bahrain. Okay. I think I said Dubai before. I'm sorry. Bahrain. All right. I'm reading this, okay? I am feeling good, healthy, and happy. I believe that happiness comes and goes, so those who enjoy the moment receive the greatest gifts from life. My desire is to see the people around me happy to be with me, and my greatest pleasure is to satisfy them. After having 2 wives, I now have a lot of women friends who like their own freedom. So it is better to adore them, make them happy, and intimately satisfy them, rather than to possess them. Hey, Guy, thanks for sharing. What does this have to do with investing in Bahrain? Okay, continuing. Never alone, I have a lot of beautiful people around me. There are more women than men, and it is a necessity to help them morally, financially, don't you mean amorally? Materially and financially. Obviously, if you find the right combination, it is perfect, and it may last 3 months, 3 years, 30 years, or a lifetime. It depends on your age. Well, yeah, I suppose if you're 80, it's probably not going to last 30 years, but the most important thing is never to take advantage of the situation. Taking advantage, sure. Never done that, have you? And never disappoint those who are involved, unlike the young boys or uneducated men nowadays who will, just to get a girl into bed. To this day, thank God, I have had a wonderful life. Who wants too much never gets enough. And I hope the future will be even better thanks to my experience and new experiences. What in the entire heck did I just read? Yes, movie of the week, thank you. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Yes. And welcome to Gatto. Thank you for coming to Gatto Cardini's TED Talk of word salad. Okay. What, again, this has to do with investing in Bahrain. You tell me. Now, all right. Do we actually... Oh, I have to click on the... I don't know. I kind of want to read this, but I kind of don't want to read it all right now. But... Okay, it's fun. I'll do it quick. I have to open the images, though, in order to read the text. Look at the pose, by the way. Look at that pose. I travel at least 150 days a year, says Cardini. Okay, aristocratic globetrotter. It says business profile, but I cannot tell what publication this is or when it was published. I will read this very quickly. And then we're going to finish up the New York Magazine article, and then we are done with French Dip Empire for this stream. So here we go. Aristocratic globetrotter. Aristocrat businessman Gatto Lenzi Orlandi Cardini, the longest family name in Italy, says after traveling the world for the last 40 years that globetrotting is a sort of addiction. Well, you need help for that then. An energetic and heavenly sickness. In fact, the name of his company is Heaven Energy. Yet it is very clear that as a descendant is spelled incorrectly, of one of the oldest families in Italy, and with a sister married to royalty, he would not want it any other way. The longest name came about because our family twice failed to have sons to keep the name going. Therefore, following permission from the king, the ancient Cardini name became Orlandi Cardini, and then when it happened again, Orlandi Cardini became Lenzi Orlandi Cardini. To be honest, it is easiest when I am called Gado, for at times during my education and after checking into hotels, people have asked for Mr. Lenzi, and I have been listed as Mr. Cardini, which leads to total confusion, he says. For this reason, the name Cardini is now a trademark name like Rolex, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Chanel, and Cartier. Of course. Oh, wait, here it is. I'm sorry. This is from Arabian Night magazine, which I've never heard of. And autumn 2024. There we go. Look at the name of the article that they're advertising on the cover here. Oman for all seasons. Get it? Oman instead of Oman. Oh, how clever. Yes, I really don't know what Arabian Night is. Volume 6, Issue 4. Okay, so that's where this is from. Continuing that article, this article. And again, the caption is cut off, so we don't know who this woman is, but I assume it's one of his, unless it's a daughter, it's one of his two wives that he's mentioned. As chief executive officer and major shareholder of Heaven Energy, a Swiss-based company involved in private banking that sells and buys aircraft and helicopters, his business interests extend worldwide, and he has pursued important contracts in South and North America and Canada. Well, Canada is in North America. South Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and Far East. Once a year, I do a tour of the world, taking in everywhere and anywhere, including China and Indonesia. Again, wait, it says that he deals in aircraft and helicopters. Why do we see none of that on his website? Is there even one picture of a plane at all? Oh, here, he's on a plane. There you go. He's on a plane. Okay. Continuing with the article. As most business dealings see him mixing with the royal and the rich, they are the people who own private aircraft the world over. Cardini frequently becomes involved in other areas of business, I bet. And during a visit to Bahrain, where he was among invited Formula One spectators in April, oh yeah, Formula One, that's squeaky clean, he found himself in discussions with ruling family members over local involvement with the Washington-based Prostate Cancer Foundation. It is dedicated to globally finding better treatments and a cure for the sickness that affects 230,000 new men each year. I bet that Gatto is very much concerned about prostates. He seems to be. Yet, in Cardini's life, chance opportunities are frequent. Destiny is a strange thing, for through meeting people all over the world, anywhere from on planes to socially and in business talks, I often find myself almost as a special envoy, he says. Aha, yes, a special envoy, much like Adnan Khashoggi, I imagine, who also sold things. I meet somebody. Obviously, confidentiality is all important on many occasions. And then through networking, things begin to happen, for I have friends and contacts at the highest levels in many various fields, as we've seen. With a family home in Verona, Italy, as well as property in Florence, where he spent part of his schooling, Cardini estimates that he travels at least 150 days each year. I travel so much, I do not have a favorite country, but clearly identify with being happy. One second. I need to open the next page. And here is Gado Cardini being happy. Happy where I am. Equally, though, I am never totally settled anywhere because I am addicted to travel. Again, get help for that. So I do not stay in a place for 6 months on end. Cardini's traveling began as a child, attending schools in Italy, Switzerland, and England before going to university to study law in Italy. After marrying, he left university to become the youngest manager of the Italian carrier Alitalia, and then became a manager with Brazilian airline Varig, as well as honorary consul of Brazil in Verona. Later, Cardini started his own shipping company. Shipping what? In Italy, dealing with Iran and the United Kingdom. What was he shipping to Iran and also the United Kingdom? Following his divorce, he moved to Malta. That's an interesting place, but continued to operate his business out of Switzerland. Today, his global career spans more than 40 years, from selling power stations in the late 70s and early 80s in the Middle and Far East to helicopters in Japan. Having lived in Paris, New York, Los Angeles, and London, in 1993, Cardini set up his present Heaven Energy company that also offers shared ownership in planes and helicopters to individuals and corporations. The company, with its headquarters in Lausanne, has acted as a consultant in the marketing, promotion, and sales of both Gulfstream and Bombardier aircraft, among other business ventures. These services have brought a turnover of more than $1 billion over the last 10 years. With a staff of around 10, Cardini says that the global sale of private planes was disappointing last year, though in 2001 he regionally sold 4 planes in Kuwait and had sales in Italy, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. Looking ahead, he is upbeat over global business opportunities in private aviation, though in Europe, owning a private plane is not as normal as in America or the Middle East. Remarrying 2 years ago, his wife Lucia is based in Italy, as are 2 of his 3 children from his first marriage. Now in their late 20s and early 30s, 2 sons are in banking, including one in London, while his daughter is in public relations in Milan. The Cardini family is presently embroiled in a global multi-million-dollar lawsuit over the will of the late British writer and aesthete Sir Harold Acton, who is claimed to have been half-brother of Cardini's mother as the result of a long-lasting affair between Sir Harold's father, Lord Arthur Acton, and Cardini's grandmother. And that is the lawsuit and scandal that we are going to be covering on a stream sometime in the indeterminate future. But it's a really good story. Away from the courtroom and when not traveling the world, Cardini, an Italian noble of British heritage who speaks Italian, Spanish, English, French, and Portuguese, what, not Russian, likes to relax yachting, horse riding, and playing tennis and golf. Yes, yachting. I'm sure he's very familiar with yacht girls. So, that's Gatto Cardini for you. And to wrap up this story of the Wildensteins. Okay. Alec had been dating Yelena a short while when she told him she was interested in modeling. Alec always wanted a model, and if she wasn't one, so he make her. Oh gosh. Alec always wanted a model, and if she wasn't one, so he make her one. Jocelyne told me. Okay, I guess he was jealous of Guy, his brother, who was married to a catalog model. He called Eileen Ford, the founder of Ford Models, who 20 years ago had set him up on dates with several models in her stable. Again, I feel like we should be putting these words in quotation marks. Then Alec got hold of Wayne Mazer, one of the best-known photographers in the fashion business, and commissioned him to take a series of glamour shots of Yelena. For one day's work, Wildenstein paid Mazer upwards of $80,000. In August, on the strength of this, quote, portfolio, unquote, Ford signed Yelena to a contract. In her first season, she has been photographed by Irving Penn and Raymond Meyer, appeared in an editorial spread for Harper's Bazaar, modeled in the Chanel show in Paris during Fashion Week, and was even cast in a small scene in Woody Allen's new movie project. Oh, Woody Allen, that guy. Among the other Russian models in town, Yelena is affectionately known as the Royal Peasant Girl. She has a chance to do extremely well, says Christian Paris, the Ford agent who was the first to handle her bookings. He has since moved to Karen Models. She has that very fine skin and bone structure that only real Caucasians from the Caucasus can have. She's a very determined girl. She's taking acting lessons at Lee Strasberg. She rides horses. She shoots. She's into skydiving. This is the real one. I mean, no shiz. Except he actually said the word. I'm just cleaning it up. Although, if I remember correctly, I have another article that kind of mentions that maybe she wasn't exactly cut out for a long-term career in modeling and or acting. But we will get to that next time. Alec and Yelena are said to be happy together. Well, it's not going to last. Spoiler alert, it doesn't last. A woman who works in the fashion industry and who happened to find herself sitting with the two of them at a dinner last month says, I had not expected to like either of them, but she was absolutely delightful. She knows more about his business than he does. Well, I suppose that's not difficult considering supposedly his father did everything in his power to keep him from knowing or learning anything about it, or much more about it. Oh, goodness. Okay. She seemed too ambitious to be a model. Well, yeah. I bet she goes to Hollywood. They got on well, but if she wants anything more than money out of a relationship, she could do a lot better than Alec. Okay. Jocelyne Wildenstein believed everything Alec said, and when he told her he wasn't excited by the prospect of having dinner with their friends at Le Bernardin, she suggested just the two of them go. I don't really feel like doing that either, Alec said. Is something wrong? Jocelyne asked. She was calling him at the gallery. She was upstairs, at home. Maybe we should talk, Alec said. He told her to meet him in the Bonnard room in 15 minutes. It was April 18, and Jocelyne had only been back in the country 10 days. Already the year was shaping up as a bad one. In the fall, both children had left for school. She had been at Old Jogi with her parents, watching her father die of pneumonia. She waited 2 weeks for Alec to come to the funeral, but finally he said he was too busy. So she buried him herself on March 27, her parents' anniversary. Oof. Now, in the Bonnard room, Alec told Jocelyne that while she was out of the country, he decided to see other women. Is it one woman or more than that? Jocelyne wanted to know. Because if it is several women, I can overlook it. We can still work on it. But if you are already in love with a person, then I suppose everything is lost. Well, that's just pathetic. No, Alec said. There's no one person. Nothing serious. He was lying to her. At this point, there was only Yelena. Well, not really, but okay. So you're not in love? I want to find out if I'm in love. Alec told her he was leaving town for a few days. Jocelyne begged him not to. Their daughter Diane was on her way home for the first time since September. She wanted them to meet her boyfriend, a junior at McGill, pre-med. So Alec stayed. And over the weekend, he brought Diane and her boyfriend out to lunch with him. And Yelena. If she can introduce me to her boyfriend, I can introduce her to my girlfriend, he said. Imagine how awkward. Imagine you're Diane and you just want to, come and meet my parents, come and meet my father. And then your father shows up and here's my new girlfriend. Well, this got weird. Okay. I had no chance to save it, Jocelyne told me. It happened like a storm. It was a nice marriage until the end. Maybe I lost a bit of my attention when my father was sick at the end, but I didn't feel it coming. Oh, blaming herself? That's terrible. Okay, Yelena has, now we have to go down to page 116. One moment. This is the end of the article. Caused Alec to abandon the long-standing family creed of keeping a low profile. In October, she appeared with him in the winner's circle at Longchamp when his horse, Pet Célèbre, won the Arc de Triomphe race. On another trip to Paris, the two of them visited the atelier of Karl Lagerfeld to commission him to design some dresses specifically for Yelena. And in September, Alec rented the upstairs at Le Cirque 2000 and threw a party for Yelena's 21st birthday. I think this birthday party is going to be mentioned significantly in a future article we will read on a future stream. There were tables set up with caviar, with foie gras, with 20 different cakes, none of which are going to be eaten by the birthday lady, I'm sure. His son, Alec Jr., came in from Paris for the party. He lives above Danielle's office, and so was quickly co-opted by Alec's side. Guy's son tells friends that Alec has been fixing him and Alec Jr. up with Yelena's friends. Well, that sounds like a bad idea, and rampantly inappropriate, and obviously Alec following in his daddy's footsteps. Not a good thing. Dion did not attend, and according to Jocelyne, this so insulted Alec that he gave Dion a hard time when making his customary payments of her credit card bill, actually asking to see her receipts, punishing his daughter for not wanting to be at this, well, I don't want to say the word, but party of you-know-what, models, quote unquote. Insulting and massive ick for Dion to show up with daddy hanging all over this, woman who's probably younger or about her age, right? And setting up her friends, meaning the girl Yelena's friends, with her brother and her cousin, and then Alec doesn't even understand why his daughter would not want to show up to this woman's birthday party, truly. And rather than trying to be understanding to his daughter, his only daughter, he punishes her financially, as his father did to Jocelyne. Bad precedents all around. Okay. Finishing up the article. Most of the grown-ups Alec invited did not show up. The room was filled with models and young Russians. I wonder who the grown-ups he invited were. And calling them the grown-ups as opposed to the children. So it's insinuating that he's stooping a child. I mean, not literally a child, but effectively. He's almost 60. She's 19. She's now 21, was 19. I mean, yikes. I'm not talking about a man thinking a woman is pretty. It goes beyond that. He's acting a complete simp and a complete fool. Well, whatever. Okay. This is cringe and embarrassing and cringe. Okay. After a round of toasts to Yelena, the band played My Girl, not woman, girl. Though it's not clear that she's the only one. The girl in Alec's bedroom when Jocelyne walked in was not Yelena, but another Russian. Yes, and we are going to read an article on a future stream that is going to speculate on who was the identity of the mystery girl in the bedroom. I'm a bachelor, says Alec, and I've been seeing a lot of people. I like Yelena very much, but she isn't particularly my girlfriend. Well, you're doing an awful lot to make her seem like she is. Everyone knows what Jocelyne Wildenstein wants at this stage of the game. She wants to not see vanish the life to which she long ago became accustomed. She wants to always be allowed to go to Old Jogi and perhaps the chateau at Igny. She would like to be on good terms with both her children. She is asking for somewhere in the tens of millions as a divorce settlement. And of course, her obituary speculated that she got up to $2.5 billion. Billion, not tens of millions, billion. Well, that is tens of millions, but many, many, many tens of millions. But why on earth have Alec and Danielle held out for so long? Allowing the case to go to trial would expose the corporation's financial holdings, something the family has all these years fought hard to avoid, but which is already beginning to happen. Alec recently received a letter from the New York State Department of Finance requesting more information about his earnings in regard to the taxes he has paid over the years. Yes, the Wildensteins would face many problems along these lines, and we're going to cover it in the future. I think Alec won a divorce because he wanted to have someone to blame for the luxurious lifestyle, for being wasteful, Jocelyne said. He wants to be able to say to his father, "You were right all along. You were right about her, and you were right that I have not measured up." Imagine Jocelyne thinking that Alec wanted to prove his father, Danielle, right, that Alec didn't measure up. That's crazy, right? Okay. And to start fresh, he will be pleasing his Father. To him, it is a form of absolution. And that is the end of this article. Well, I think this article from December 1997, and as we continue with future streams and future articles that will move through time and show us the story of the Wildensteins as they moved forward from the late 90s when they first got all of this tabloid notoriety into our future, the future, our present, and this lady, that will bring us all the way back to the current day and our mourning, our remembrance of Jocelyne Wildenstein, this lady. And here we are, the triptych of her looks throughout the years, her ever-changing face. Now, we are almost at 4.5 hours, so this ends part 1 of Jocelyne Wildenstein, Remembering the Catwoman, here on French Dip Empire. I am the Empress, and I will be back. I am planning, if you are listening to this live or soon after, I have streamed it on the 10th of January, 2025. I am hoping to be able to come back tomorrow and do a part 2. If not, we will be presenting that in the next week, and we will see more of Jocelyne. We are going to learn more about her partner, Lloyd Klein, who has had some very interesting people show up at his fashion shows, both as guests and as models, including someone we have seen previously on this stream, and a lot more in store. So thank you for joining. If you've enjoyed this, please hit the like button and subscribe, and we hope to see you on the next one. Have a good day and take care. Bye.